wish you would So is everybody alive out there? I see Rob's at least got some motion. I see. So Rob, do you remember Romper Room? Hey, can everybody hear me?
Yes. Good morning,
Oh,
Dr. Joe.
great. Awesome. So everybody made it through the torrential downpour okay? No flooding? Or anything?
Yeah, it just passed through here in Virginia, so we got it all last night.
Oh, yeah. I was surprised it ended relatively early here yesterday. It was kind of trying to be sunny by noon. It was nice in the evening. I was doing this exercise thing with the group last night at 6 to 7, and it was really nice out.
Yeah, what got me was the 20-degree temperature drop from
Yeah.
last night to this morning.
Yeah, my dogs are loving it. I was
In your bed.
looks my backyard, and even my old dog was running around like a puppy. We'll wait a couple more minutes to see if, excuse me, some people show up. So Lucas, I'm going to go over some of the remaining, just a few slides from chapter 5, and then going to ask you to talk about what your project is, if you're okay at that, and then use that as an example to plunge into the next session. Are you good with that?
Sure, that would be great.
Okay. We'll wait till 5 after, and then we'll plunge ahead. So see, Royce has his Halloween costume on. It's convincing, Royce.
He's not too playful this morning.
No, he's not. No, I'm already on my 3rd cup of coffee. This has been a rough week, guys.
That's my pain in my side. But I'm on my 1st cup, so I got 2 to catch.
Does anybody know what the weather was like in Pantex? I thought I saw it was snowing and sleeting and all that kind of stuff.
I heard they canceled 2 days.
Oh,
Well,
really?
and if they cancel, it's a big thing because that's where I grew up. And last I heard from family was 6 inches at
Oh,
least.
that's crazy. So has anybody looked at the test yet? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it palatable? Is it
I don't have anything earth-shattering to say about it yet.
yeah, I try to keep it right on the center line, at least compared to the other stuff. I've already started working on the next test. I was just seeing if I got any response, because I know we don't have a next test, so.
That's
Why don't we
green
go?
for the day.
What was that?
That's your trick or treat for the day?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Okay.
That's the trick part. Okay, we're going to close up chapter 5, module 5. Just go over a couple things pretty quickly, I hope, and then launch into chapter 6, which is two-factor, and really starts concentrating on screening methodologies, which is but chapter 6, 7, or 8 are really probably the most important chapters. And unfortunately, you need to develop the base of everything we've been doing so far to launch into chapter 6, 7, and 8. And unfortunately, it kind of lines up with right before your projects do, right? But that's just the way things work out. So let's go back here. So this is that zombie thing that we were talking about right when we were closed up last week. And if we were to set up the model, and we can do this in Jump, but you guys have done this before. So I don't know really that, well, actually, we're going to try something with this. So this is the way you set it up, right? And so you go into design of experiments, go into classical, and to do a full factorial, and just to review, the reason we do full factorial is that it is the most robust or most conservative approach to being able to gather as much information as you possibly can that fully represents the options that you have. And the real benefit of full factorial is that it gets the interactions between the two. And so if you have temperature and life, whatever these factors are, we don't know if when you look at these two together, they have a synergistic effect. And we talked some about that earlier with the slopes of the lines, and then going back to the slopes of the lines, we know that if the lines are parallel, if they're completely, I'm trying to show you this, completely straight, we know that there's no effect at all. And when they kind of tilt but are still parallel, then one of the factors is having an effect. And then if there's any kind of crossing, right, any kind of departure, the slope makes it not parallel, then we know we have some sort of interaction. And we really care a lot about interactions because and that will influence both the decision making, but also the interpretation of the results. So if we, moving ahead, and so one of the things that I referred, but really didn't talk about, and so we're gonna go back earlier, are these things called center points. And so many times when we do an experiment, we bound it. We say that the factor is, well, in this case, looking here, we have 120 and 180 degrees, right? But what we don't know is if something's in between, something's going on between. And at some point, I have a graph. I thought I did. There, I can draw it. So here's our graph, and let's just look at the temperature. And so we have the low and the high, right? So one would be 120, 180. We put 2 points there. And that looks like it's a straight line, right? That doesn't look like a straight line, but it's a straight line connects those. What we don't know is, well, what is there anything going on in between this? And so by putting in a center point, and we can get Jump to do this for us, maybe this is actually up here. So we start getting a curve like this. And this nonlinear curve is something that we need to or want to know about when we're actually looking at this process. And so let's go to Jump. I don't know what's going on here. Hang on. There we go. Okay. You guys still with me? Can you see my screen? Do you see jump up there? Okay. And we'll open up jump. And then we can do this in custom design. Right here. I'm gonna move things around for a second. So let's just make this a two-factor. Now, if I ask you a trick question, can you do center points on categorical values? What would you say? That's hard, right? Because if you said you have two colors or heights, low and high, what's halfway between low and high, right? Or if you had the color red and yellow, what's halfway between red and yellow? So continuous variables are what we'd use for the center points. So let's do that. So we'll add 2. It's slow today. Okay. And it adds our 2 variables. And then here's where you do the center points. And so we're going to just say we're going to add 2 center points. And so it comes up with this. And here, here you can see where it's actually added these 0 values. So it's plotting center points for you. And recall that what this custom design, this design experiment does is it just creates that template for you to be able to then run your experiments. So let's say it's 120 and 180, then what you would put in there is your 150 degrees or whatever it might be. So you can actually build this out. And so if we were to make the table, it looks like this. And so you have the low value and the low value, the low value, high value on down. And then it randomly sticks in these center points for you. Now I'll talk in a little bit about there's additional benefit to putting center points in terms of increasing the robustness of your experiments or your results. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Any questions on center points? Not a lot of time on that. I think it's pretty straightforward. There are some pretty good reasons why you'd want to use center points. We talked about the assumption that there is a linear relationship between the 2 points, when in fact the straightest distance between 2 points might not be a straight line. You have some sort of curvature, might not even just be a curve, it might be a peak in one area or another. You see that a lot with chemical reactions where, based on catalysis or rates of reaction, it'll slow down when it gets higher and slower, but there's this sweet part in between, and it could be time dependent, just where that sort of thing happens. There's something else I don't know if we'll get to, is the response surface design, which is a really good way to look at how to optimize your experiment. And so you obviously need more than 2 points in order to get a curve. And if you go back to calculus and figure out curves and all that kind of thing, JUMP actually does that for you. So I was just looking at the calendar today, and I think we'd be doing good to get through chapter 8. We'll try to get a little bit in here on that. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes today. Oh, here's that curve I was talking about. And so we added the center point here. The original value was this, and we added the center point, and we find out that there's a better curve that fits than what we originally had. So we went through the center point example. One of the other things that center points does is it adds data to your experiment, and more data is typically better than less data. And recall that, you know, one thing you do to improve your results is to add replicates. And if I ask you a question, what a replicate is, does everybody feel comfortable with what that is? And so repetition. So if you're making a casserole and you want to see if it's warm enough, you get your instant thermometer and you open up your oven and you stick the probe in there and you do it again and you do it again just to make sure you're getting the right temperature. That's a repeat, right? We're just repeating the number of checks. A replicate would be making 5 of the same casserole by scratch. And so a replicate in an experiment is you just run it multiple times. And by making these replicates, what you're doing is really finding out what the results will be, and you're getting a better sense of your signal to noise ratio. You're getting a much better sense of what errors being introduced into your system. Okay. Adding a few center points does much of the same thing for you. And so if you have a chance to run center points, it's something that you should do. Here we have this zombie experiment, and I think I uploaded it. It should be in the module if you want to go through it. So this is that turbo snail example. So we're going to use fit model on this. And a couple of things to point out. And so is everybody there? Has everybody got it up and running? So there's only 2 factors, right? So our dependent variable is longevity, life, and there's temp and vaccine. And they're 2 categorical variables. Now, we could make this, let's see what happens if we make this, so it won't let us. So if you guys run into that where you think maybe you want to make something continuous and it won't let you do it, so what we should be able to do is, which one was it? Temp. Go over to temp, go to column info, change this to numeric, change it to continuous. Hit apply and then OK. And just like in Excel, so if you change a data type in Excel, it'll either be on the right or left and it'll move it. So numeric here is goes to the right. So it's actually changed it to the right. Everybody get that? And Jump smart enough to change it in here too, so it'll change it here. Let's do run, see what kind of results we get. So these are let's just see here. So let's go and look at estimates or effects, normal plot, and then we're going to go to sorted estimates. And this will be different. Well, let's look at this here. So I'm going to move this over here, and we're going to go back and run the model a second time, and just change that to nominal. Is that okay? Okay, so over on the left of your screen is where we ran it, where we had temperature as a continuous variable, a number, and over on the right of the screen we ran it as a categorical value. And you see on the left what JMP has done is said, well, if it's a number, I can start plotting lines through this, and I can start getting you averages. And so you can see what the relationship is of all these vaccines to one another. It still gives us the actual by predicted, which is largely similar between the two. When we look at the effect summary, you see that temp is in fact statistically significant because it's below level of 0.05. So it is playing a role in what's going on. We see that vaccine in the first one where we changed temp is also statistically significant, and it is in the other one. We see that the interaction, though, is not significant. So we're not getting any interaction between temp and vaccine. But a little bit surprisingly, when we look at temp and vaccine over here, we're saying that it is statistically significant, right? So something's going on between temp and vaccine when we look at it in the categorical sense. I don't know that I can explain why at this point. And then, well, so if we look at the residual plots, we see that the residual plots are really pretty okay. We're not seeing any variances that we'd be concerned about. Everything's pretty normal. So we looked at the normal probability plot. You guys went away for a while. Do you still hear me? Yep. Okay. Thanks, Rose. So just to revisit this a little bit, this is a way that we can look at what factors are important relative to the other ones. So here we're seeing that certainly vaccine and temperature are important. You see what I did by switching from normal plot to half normal plot? I find the half normal plot a little bit easier to read. This interaction here is slightly above the red line, which is what you compare it against. So kind of the interpretation of this would be, well, temp and vaccine ones are the factors that are most important to us in this experiment. So what we would do is we'd go back and plot our distributions to check normality. If it does it, I don't know where it went. Let's see here. There it is. it's hidden someplace. All right, I'm not going to find it. So it looks normal. The distribution is pretty good. So, so that's that example. So if we wanted to go ahead and plot it, if you remember how to do this plot, that's what this is doing is we use the custom graph option and we just plotted it out. And I put over on the left-hand side the example of those interactions. And so we can see that there's some interactions between these. There's a way to get this overlapping. We can do that if we wanted to, but we can see the departures looking somewhat similar probably to this one over here. So if we were to pick which one we want to use, I would say we'd pick vaccine 3. Now, why would I say that? Well, with this being temp, we're getting optimum life performance, at a pretty modest temp. So pick vaccine 3. And that's what we're talking about. You still do your normal tests and that kind of thing. I did have an example. I'm not going to go over it. I provided it. So somebody did an experiment that looked at what affects how easy it is to peel boiled eggs based on the a whole variety of factors, particularly temperature. Do you put it in boiling water? Do you start the water cold and start boiling it? I think the results were that it's better to start off with cold water than start with warm water. So, spent a few weeks talking about factorial design. So what's the bottom line? What you're trying to do is determine the impact or limitations that you have in doing an experiment. So if you're coming up with an experiment, and we're going to get into an experiment that Lucas is working on in just a second here, you might have 15 or 20 different factors that you want to look at. That is not unusual to have a bunch of different factors you want to consider. In your projects, you probably limited it to a reasonable number that you could work on. But particularly if you're doing experiments where you can automatically collect the data and you can have a lot of factors, you might as well attempt to do that. So you go through the number of factors of interest, but then there's these real life considerations of how much time do you have, how much money do you have, and what your gut says that you think is going to play an important role or not. And then the other is how many runs can you really afford to do, and if you're going to do repeats, how many repeats are you going to do? So all that makes sense. So some of the other considerations are you don't always have to consider all the interactions. And so if you have a 5-factor and you're just doing 2 levels for each factor, that's what 2 times 4, 2, 4, 8, 12, 16. That's 16 runs. And 16 runs. And you might say that I don't care about that 5-factor interaction. The more interactions you have, or the higher level interactions, say 3, 4, or 5. So it's considering A, B, C, and D, and E all together. Usually you don't see any effect from those. Much over 3, you don't see any effect. Many times at 3, you don't see an effect. So it's just 2-factor interactions. And so when we start talking about how we're going to do screening to limit the number of runs that we have to do, a lot of times what we'll do is we'll just get rid of those multiple interactions to save us the effort of having to do those experiments. So that's it for this module. See everybody saying, thank God he's done with that. Okay. So Lucas, why don't you tell us a little bit about your project and what your challenge is?
Sure. Can everyone hear me?
I can.
Okay, my screen froze for a second. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So my final project is on, it's based around 3D filament printing. And so desktop 3D printing's gotten a lot cheaper over the last few years, so that if, pretty much anyone can buy one for a couple $100. And the parameters for getting a good 3D print have been pretty standardized, so that you can make a good estimate based off of some quick research and then go. What hasn't really been standardized as much is the filament itself, or the chemical composition, and how it's treated, and things like that when it's delivered to you. So, or you can get like cheap Chinese knockoffs or different things like that. And there's no quality standard really for it, at least on the hobby aspect of it. Commercial aspect is different. So my project is based around using the filament that I have and the parameters that I know from research can affect the print quality based off of the filament that you're using, or the quality of the filament that you're using, figuring out which of those parameters do have an effect on the print quality, and if there's any interaction between them. So I identified 6 different factors, or pardon me, I identified 5 different factors. 3 of them are continuous. So it's the print nozzle temperature, the build plate temperature, and then the print speed. Those are the continuous ones. And then 2 categorical factors, which are fan cooling, which has 2 levels on and off, and then the build plate adhesion type, which has 4 different levels. And the build plate adhesion type is kind of the additional filament that's printed out in a certain way, different structures to get the model to stick to the build plate. So the limitations I have are, it takes about 2 hours per run for the benchmark model that I've selected. And so I can't do a ton of them in the time that we have left. I can't do a full factorial design because that would be like 200 and some runs. And then doing the different, trying to figure out which variables can be screened out, or things like that. I'm not sure how that'll affect the interaction between the remaining variables, or whether there's enough data to do that.
Okay, so great job. So look at the screen and tell me if I set that up right. So I've got the 3 continuous. Did you say 3 continuous?
Yep, that's correct.
3 continuous. And 1 categorical that had 2 levels, and 1 categorical that had 4 levels, right?
Yep, that's correct.
So but it's pretty straightforward the way you set that up. And then we can go say make the design, and we're not doing any replicate runs, right? I mean, we're just doing just that set. So we're not redoing any of the experiments over again. Or are we?
I didn't have any replication.
Yeah, I didn't think you did. No. And I wouldn't expect you to. I mean, it's a lot the way it is. So if we build this, it looks like that. And so let's look at the power for. So the power looks pretty good on this. We're just doing what we're doing. And one thing I don't think I showed you guys this, and so if you go to the alias matrix, what the alias matrix shows you is, by the way, I think what Lucas's project is a really good example of kind of the real world considerations of, hey, I only have so much time, I only have so much materials. How can I reduce the number of runs that I can do, and still get some reasonable results? And what came to mind when he and I were talking a few days ago was that this is really kind of a prime example of wanting to do screening. And what screening does for us is it identifies those primary factors that we can consider and gets away of those ones that might not be having as much or any effect at all on what our results might be. And so what creates a challenge is, let me go back here. I don't know if I can find it. I have to go back. I'll go back. So let me talk about this right here. Is we care about the correlations. And the reason we care about the correlations is the correlations can mask or hide the effects of what's going on. And so the way you read this table is, you know, across the top are your various levels, right? X1, X2, X3, X4, and so on this way. And then you duplicate that down this column. So the first row, or this for the rows. So X1 is here, and so you can see that X1 and X1 are highly correlated. Well, that makes sense. They're exactly the same thing. So as X1 moves, another X1 is going to move, right? So that makes sense that that's the kind of the identity matrix part of what this matrix is. And we can see, so in this case, blue is really good, right? So that's showing no correlation at all. When you get up to the higher levels of interactions, we can see that we start getting some sort of interaction. So you can actually hover over these boxes. And you see the correlation. So low numbers are really good. High numbers aren't so good. And so you start seeing in some of these that you start getting, you know, pretty high correlations. And that's what you would expect when you have considering multiple factors at the same time, because it has the contents of the other factors in there. And so if we were just to zoom up to here, where it's X3 and X5, well, and zoom across here to X3 and X5, it's got some of that content. So we'd expect those sorts of things to interact. Generally speaking, this is a pretty good design. We're not seeing a bunch of reds or you know, slightly paler shades of red all over the place. So generally, this design is pretty good. But what we haven't done is figured out how we can reduce this. So let me go back to I'll probably have to recreate it here. So we had 3 continuous, right?
Yep, that's correct.
All right. We had 1, 2-level categorical, 1 4-level categorical.
Yes.
So one of the things that's interesting about the 2-factor designs or many of the screening approaches for design of experiments is they use 2-factor a lot. It's hard to find examples of multiple factors like we have an example of here. So what's creating a bit of a challenge is how do you do screening? How do you reduce the number of runs that you have to do when you have this 4 factor there? And so that's an interesting challenge. So a couple of things that you can do. So let me ask in general, based on what you know, not just you, Lucas, but everybody, what kinds of things would you consider doing if you had this and your boss said, all right, so I want you to do this experiment. You proposed this experiment. It's a good experiment, but we can't afford the number of runs you're talking about. You figure out how to reduce this just based on what you know, and you can make something up because I do it all the time. What sorts of things would you do? So where you already don't have replicates, that would be one of the things you could do, is to say, I'm only going to run everything just once. And so we've taken care of that. We're not going to be able to do that.
Could you somehow convert the continuous to a categorical? Find a way to change that?
Good question. Yeah, you probably could.
And one thing I saw is if, it's kind of a specific case for this, the X5 factor, you could split into 2, and then it would have two level factors. So you'd have like
that's one thing
X5-1, X5-2.
Yeah, exactly right. That's another thing you could do. You could try to cheat the system, right? And so you could say, instead of having those 4 levels, I'm going to make it into 2 levels by combining them. You can get a little more sophisticated and so just thinking, kind of almost generically, so you have L1, L2, L3, and L4. So you could be a little more clever and say combining L1 and L2, and then L1 and L3, and then L1 and, so do it so that you're combining each one, and then randomly assign it to each one of these. So in essence, what we could do is get rid of that and then set up this experiment. And then do that random combination that we're talking about and assign each one here, if that makes sense. So L1, did I delete the right one? Yes, all right, this is the right one. So we create another X5 column over here. We don't have, let me see if I can make the data table. So we're just making stuff up now, right? So we've added now next, we created this with 4. So we created this X5. So Y, of course, is the results. So we plug in the results when we do the experiment. So this could be L1 and L2. And then we're going to do this randomly. This could be L1 and L3. Oop. And this could be L1 and L4, and so on, right? So that's also one thing you could do. And probably the best way to do this is figure out all your combinations of this, and then use a random number generator to assign them to these columns or to these rows. Now, very similar to that is this. I'm just going to do that here. Excuse me while this thinks. There we go. Okay. So Dr. Is having seizures today. There we go. Dang. All right. So this fella, who's a contemporary of Montgomery, the guy who wrote our book, came up with this approach. Design of experiments with 2 and 4 level factors. And that's what we have, right? We have 2 and 4 level factors. And so what he's proposing, and it works pretty well, is similar to what we were saying, is his methodology is you come up with an approach not too dissimilar from the one that we talked about. And you come up with a way to assign the 4 level factors to each one of the the layout that we have of the 2 level factors. So in Lucas's case, he's got more than 2 level factors. So he has 4 2 level factors. Is that right, Lucas? Yeah, 4 2 level factors. So he'd have to think of a way to apply this in a way. And I think there's an example later on in this paper. I haven't read it in a while. Yeah, so they actually do a 5 level example. Actually do a multiple level example. So I'm presenting this that there's a lot of different ways that you can approach this. And like Rob was saying, you as the experimentalist have a lot of leeway in setting up this design on what you're trying to do. And it's still with the goal of limiting the number of experiments that you have to do. So I loaded this in Canvas. You find it in module. So those that are interested in looking at that, if it has application to the sorts of things that you're doing. Yeah, this is a good paper. It's old, it's 20 years old, but I was going over some stuff today, and there's a paper from 1959, which is about as old as some of the underwear that I have, that talks about different approaches. And it's kind of like the 40s to the 70s was the heyday of design of experiments, and so you see a lot of stuff coming out from that era. All right, so good. All right, does that make sense to you, Lucas?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
I should ask, how's everybody else's projects going?
Good so far.
No hiccups, I hope.
No, not really, not here.
All right, good.
Figuring out how I wanted to lay it out was a little bit difficult, but you kind of helped with that. That kind of got me in a better direction.
Well, it's the planning should be the hardest part, and actually getting the data should be the easiest and fun part. It's actually getting it funded is the hardest part. But if you're paying for it yourself, all you need to do is convince your spousal unit. By the way, my experiment sucks. It is not going good at all. I can't find any factor that's showing a continuous influence. And that's the way it goes. Okay, this is chapter 6.
Is that going to be all right?
You mean if you get no results?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean that's the way it goes, right? I mean, at least it's not a dissertation.
That's part of the argument, right? Well,
That's part of the argument, So I looked at a bunch of different factors, and try to consider them, you know, back to Rob's point, you know, should they be continuous or should they be categorical? And, you know, I can't figure out anything that I can measure that is having an influence on it. And so, so what that would say from a practical point of view is that, you know, it's the factors probably have either there's a lot of confounding, remember confounding and nuisance factors. So there's a lot of nuisance factors that I'm just, you know, it's the unknown unknowns that are influencing things. Or there's a lot of correlation going on that, you know, at multiple levels, which all is likely true, right? So when we're looking at metabolic or biological systems, you know, you turn one knob way over here and that can have a bullwhip effect on something else. So my blood sugar, I have no idea, it went up to 100. So it's a fasting blood glucose, right? And so I take it first thing I get up. And it was up to 100 yesterday morning. And it had been in the low 80s for like 5 mornings in a row. And so, and nothing had changed from on any of the factors that I was measuring. And so the only thing I could think of is that there's this effect with blood glucose, especially as folks get older, where so as your body wakes up, you might not be awake. What it does is it squirts glucose in your system so that you have energy when you get up. And as you start to get older, you start getting insulin insensitivity. And so it could be that kind of effect going on. Don't have a clue. Don't have a clue. And what I haven't done is just, you know, it looks like the number of the blood glucose is even almost random. You know, so I don't know. So you all can make a lot of money if you figure that out, I think. So we talked about screening designs, right? And what Lucas had was a good example of that. And you know, so this is the same sorts of things, considerations that we've had before, where a lot of there's a lot of issues to be concerned with when you're doing your design of experiments. You could come up with an ideal design and just not have the resources to do it, or you might not be able to get the population size to do it. So if we're working on a vaccine, you might only be able to get 20 people or 30 people in your initial trials, or you might not have the money to do it. So there's plenty of reasons to limit the number of factors if you can. So the reason we talk about screening designs is to do that reduction in the number of factors. And so what we're trying to do is figure out which are the factors that we want to keep and which do we think we can get rid of, or what level of interactions. And so if we have factors A, B, C, D, and E, we know that we'll get all the main effects, A, B, C, D, and E, and we'll also get A, B, A, C, A, D, A, E, and then all the way down till we have the 5-level interaction of A and B and C and D and E. And we'll have an example of using JMP to show what those level of interactions are in just a little bit here. What we're trying to do is figure out how we can reduce that to make our life a little bit easier and live within the bounds that we're given in order to run these experiments. And so usually, you know, what we end up doing is limiting as an easy first step, limiting the number of interactions, typically to a 2, maybe a 3-level design. So it's just the A-B-C interaction and the A-C interaction and the A-B interaction and the B-C interactions. you find that, yeah, with some exceptions, that's good enough to understand what's going on with the system. We have a couple of options. So we have an option that we just learned about, right? Which is you wouldn't find that in any of the, I haven't found that in any of the software that exists. We'll find fractional factorial where we combine some of those multiple factors and some derivatives of the 2K design. So 2K is the two-factor experiments. So you have two factors, high and low, or A and B, or plus or minus. And so that's the 2. And the K is the number of factors that you have. And so if you have 5 factors, it's 2 to the 5. If you have 10 factors, it's 2 to the 10. If you have 3 factors, it's 2 to the 3rd. So these are examples, and we'll go over some of these. I want to mention this one, heuristic list, and that's again why I thought Lucas's example was a good one. Is there's everything right about using common sense in your experience to say, I don't think that we need to include this factor at this time, or I don't think we need to include these interactions because it just doesn't make sense. And the rule of thumb is that 80-20 rule. You're about 80% right if you use your own, if you're familiar with it, if you use your own experience to begin doing some of this pre-structuring of what your experiments might be. Now there are some others too. In fact, there's a lot of others, but part of the challenge is this is for this list of screening methodologies are really for those that are the practitioners, the end users, the you guys of the world that are either going to be evaluating design of experiments or applying them, right? There's others that are more academic. They're really great if you're doing research on design of experiments, but you're not really doing design of experiments. So you guys ready for a break? We've been sitting here for an hour. All right, so instead of a break, I thought we could each do 5 sets of 30 push-ups. No, I don't see Royce applauding. I don't know if Royce is there. I haven't seen him move in like 5 minutes.
It may take a while.
Yeah. I think he took a screenshot of him just sitting there and he wants us to think he's there, but he's not really there.
I'm
Hey,
here.
Royce, raise your hand if you're actually there.
I am.
I'm picking on Royce, only because he's smarter and better looking than I am. All right, 10-minute break. So we'll be here at just before 10 after 10.
Dr. Berg.
So Joe, have you started shooting your gun yet?
Yeah, it's kind of why I was asking what you thought about the no results, because they don't seem to have that big of a difference.
Yeah.
Other than one cost about $2 more pack.
Yeah. And that's why you do experiments, right? You see if there is an effect. So
Yeah, it's yeah, it's different, or not really. It's what you would expect. does make, doing it together part, that makes good though.
Yeah, I bet you that's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's a difference there.
It's interesting. I think this is the 4th or 5th time, I forget, that I've taught this class. And in almost every case, folks that, so it really makes sense to have an experiment that lines up with what you're doing at work if you can. But of course, the problem with what you all do is it's difficult to get that data out, right? Because you got to get it through review, and you should have the data reviewed before you even use it. And so almost everyone transitions to a non-work related project and ends up having a lot of fun with them. And some folks have been really creative on the sorts of things that they've done. Wait a minute or so and then get going again. I'm going to guess everybody's.
Dr.
back.
Berg, have you ever had anybody do their, end of the program project as part of your DOE experiments?
You mean my experiments?
No, I'm talking about so you know how we have our end of the year, I guess it'll be due next semester's project. But have you ever had anybody do the analysis and the initial work that is kind of work related for your DOE class?
Yes. Yeah. I'd say, I mean, everybody begins. So let me rephrase that. What I suggest is I did the same thing with you guys is it would be helpful when you're writing your capstone course to include whatever coursework you do to be related to that capstone project. And so I'm a very ardent advocate of, and I've told Carla and Dr. Soni this, of forcing the class to begin thinking about their capstone course in the very first semester. And to the extent that you can even come up with a general idea of what it is, you start doing your class projects, kind of lockstep along with that, if you can do that. And so, direct answer to your question, in my class, probably 80% of the people start with that, and probably 20% of the people ended up doing it. And it's really a challenge because of the reviews and the sensitivities that the reviewers have about using the data. And it takes, understandably, a long time to get the permissions and approvals, actually, I guess it is, to get the public release of the information and that kind of thing. They don't even so there's some scenarios that we've done where we came up with surrogate data. So you mask the factors, and so instead of saying that it's related to processes in a building at Y12, you say that it's really a bike factory, and the factors are not temperatures and production rates and that sort of thing, but it's other factors. It still leads to complications in terms of releasing the information if you do that. So direct answer to your question, there's some, I don't know if anybody's doing it this semester. There's probably 2 or 3 last semester that did it out of the class, which is a little bit bigger class than this. Before that, I think there was probably another 2 or 3. Tend to do fewer groups now, group projects, because it's harder to evaluate from my side Because if you have 3 people doing it, it should be 3 times as complicated or 3 times bigger than a single person one, right? And so it's not fair to say, well, it's the same level of complication, but 3 people working on it versus just 1 person working on it. So it's harder to come up with a project with groups as well. So did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it's probably better to do it work related, but it's not nearly as fun. All right.
So I got a question on that, on the work related portion of it. I could add, everything that we're being taught is definitely useful on the production area where I'm at. Problem is translating that back to some sort of capstone where it can be used, you understand? So that does get to the classification pieces, because everything I would be doing to use this on is going to be in a situation where I can't discuss it, right? You know what I mean?
Right. At least not in this form, right?
Correct.
And I no longer hold a clearance. I got 2 projects now at Y12. And one's are you guys familiar with PDRD, Plant Director of Research and Development? Yeah, so I know Rob is. They have both at Y12 and Pantex. Lucas, do you guys have any kind of internal research effort where your company funds research efforts?
Yeah, we do. It's mostly handled at the department level.
So I've got a PDRD on model-based systems engineering, and I've got a technology planning one. And so I'm hopeful that I can get a clearance back as part of that. But another thing I've told Rupi is it would make sense to have a couple of clearances for instructors so they can actually sit down, like Joe's saying, and say, so this is provide kind of that insight that you get from class to say, here's how you structure this project, this is the application. And then last year when I was teaching the course, was it last year? Year before that, I was still at Y12, and there was another person that had the clearance as well. And so we actually sat through the presentations where they were classified and did the capstones that way. I think not that what I think matters. I think that's got significantly more value than trying to change the project and try to contrive it so that it didn't, so that it could be unclassified. It's just you lose so much when you try to do that. So I don't know if we'll get to that point or not.
Yeah, I would concur 100%, Dr. Burke, because one of the things that ran through my mind, I had the opportunity to sit through the most recent, I think it was the most recent PDRD review of all the projects that were being proposed. And I would say better than 50% of them, I said, this one would directly apply, or this could be an easy capstone project. Yeah. But the challenge is not only the classification, but it's almost the time crunch in terms of, okay, you have the data, you need to get it reviewed because of the amount of time it takes to go through that review process.
Right.
Yeah, if we had the means to kind of sync up that PDRD type process with the capstone internally within the various, because I know that Dr. Rupi and the team work with multiple companies, if there were a way to kind of set up that model and then allow the company to do that internally. And like you said, in the case of CNS, have the folks internally who are cleared to review that type of information, then they could just give the thumbs up or thumbs down to the department.
Yeah, that's a really good idea, I think. Yeah, so one of the challenges, so it's interesting because many of the PDRDs don't use any kind of an overt design of experiments approach.
That was the other thing that I thought it could bring to a benefit to CNS. It could bring some of the discipline and the approach and the methodology into the culture.
Yeah, some of the PIs are really good. And it's really not a function of the level of experience or degree, right? You know, whether they have a PhD or bachelor's degree, it's really independent of that. Some are just really inherently good researchers. Others don't follow anything starting from our chapter 1, which is how do you set up an experiment, to, you know, things like this, which is how do you know how many data points is the right number? And how do you know which factors are the right factors? And we, you know, and it, you know, PDRD is a really good place to apply this, but, you know, there's a lot of things going on in the plant that they're trying things and trying to improve processes, but they aren't necessarily doing it in a way that you'll get good anecdotal results, but you don't know if they're really, truly statistically significant. Which is a good segue into this. And so we've talked.
Hey, so I've got a question.
Yeah.
Again about this. So I've got I'll just go into a little bit of vague detail, but I've got a job where we're doing. It started out as a chemistry experiment, so to speak, in the lab, and they created a project based on the data that the lab was able to obtain. Well, then, as going in my previous job as a test engineer, they created the project and I went down there to test it, and I could not get the same results because I could not do the same things that they were doing. So essentially we have currently a failed project on that basis. Is a capstone on methodologies to increase increase the results or ways to improve a particular system to do that? Would that be satisfactory for a capstone?
I would think so. I mean, that would
Like
be something
basically
that,
fixing a way to fix a current design and all of this system that I'm currently speaking about. Now, the process of what they're doing is irrelevant, actually. But fixing everything associated with that particular project is unclassified except for the inherent details of the material. So
Mhm.
it seems like to me that would be a pretty easy thing to do. Plus, you're actually fixing a problem that we're currently outstanding, because that's something that I thought was kind of weird. And I wanted to. This is leading to my actual question: was, have you guys ever given it any thought, or maybe our management, because they're paying a lot of money for this program, in all actuality, has anybody said to them like, hey, is there a list of things that you management have seen and would like to see improvement on? Because we have a class full of people that could at least pursue, and even if it was multiple people doing the same project independently and then analyzing results or methodologies to correct the situation. Has that ever been thought about? That's kind of what I'm talking about as far as this one project is we have a failure. So I think I know how to fix it, but that doesn't, and I have a lot of results because we've done a lot of analysis associated with it. But that doesn't necessarily, relate to correcting the problem, because I'm never going to get to see this problem corrected, because this problem, as you know, working at Y12, nothing gets done quickly. So even if I did a capstone on it, I can think about how I would correct it, but I'll never get results of a correction by next spring.
Yeah, so let me answer that globally first. So you had a couple questions there. One question is, would it make a good capstone? I think it would make a great capstone. You just need to convince Dr. Sawhney it would be a good capstone. I mean, the fact that it's a process improvement that has broader application is exactly the sort of thing that a capstone is made of. And I think there'd be an ROI that could be associated with this in some form, which is another part of that calculus for determining the capstone. So I'll put what I think is your question in my words. Does senior management or management, whatever that means, have a list of projects that they'd like to see done, or a list of problems that they'd like to see solved? And so this is where I'll answer globally. So if you look across companies, at least the companies I've had a chance to interact with, senior management is busy fighting the challenges of the day. And so if my experience has been, if you go in and say, what research do you want done? What problems do you want solved? The age-old worn out question is, what keeps you up at night? They will tell you what's bit them 15 minutes ago or within the last 24 hours, and have a harder time stepping back and giving a broader answer to that. So I don't know that while I have some insights to answer exactly the sort of thing that you brought up, I don't know that it will come to the forefront of their mind when they're considering capstones and that sort of thing. And so what I'd say is that the kind of insight that you're offering is exactly what needs to be done, and you need, not but what needs to happen is putting together that case of why this is the right one. What I realized just as I was leaving Y12, from being the guy that managed the research, is where I was failing was not providing the service to be able to go in and say, here are your key challenges, and providing them a research selection, project selection, and design approach. Right.
You realize you're sandwiched between ads in every.
So is that me or is that somebody else?
For Pornhub, you'd have V brand in your ass and honey in your mouth.
Oh, so apparently somebody is more riveted with what they're watching now as opposed to listening to me, which I get.
That's one of your TAs, Dr. Berg.
You're all fired.
Oh, I mute that sound. It wasn't me, but I muted it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying as far as they're going to give you the answer of what's bothering them at this current moment. Not something that's, big picture, long down the road. Yeah, I get that. I'm just, I've got
part of it too. Go ahead.
I just have a couple of issues. And I'm trying, and like you said earlier, I'm trying not to pick something classified. I'm trying to pick something that I don't have to go through all the trouble associated with that, because, this thing's going to be hard enough, and that's just something else to layer on. But one of the, it's very rare that we have failed projects, what I call true failures. And currently I'm staring at one. And then, in all actuality, other failures that I would call project wise are projects that get so ballooned budget wise because we have either inabilities to properly track things or things come up, and I was like, well, I'm not real sure you can do a capstone on project management, because you're really only, for this whole program, you're only really talking about one class. And I don't know if that's really sufficient. I mean, there's a lot of data, a lot of money data, a lot of time and effort, material cost. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to analyze, but you're not really employing a lot of the attributes associated with the class. So I didn't want to go that direction. I didn't know if anybody ever had.
One of the one that I referenced in the chat that I talked to Dr. Sweeney about last semester actually was a project management integration capstone where you're integrating with multiple capabilities like systems engineering, enterprise architecture, and how those integrate and work effectively together to move a project forward. And he was open to that idea. It just, I wasn't able to pull it off because I wasn't able to get the time from my managers to do it.
Yeah.
But he was definitely open to the idea.
Yeah, so there's been all kinds of capstones that have been process related, including project management sorts of things. And what Dr. Soni really tries to look at is value back to the company. And that's to his credit, insightful, self-serving in a very positive way, because if you all can come up with a project, a capstone project that at least on paper, saves a boatload of money if it's implemented. The conditional there is if, right? That looks really good for him in terms of what the benefit of this program is. He also has multiple times tried to engage managers at CNS to provide insights on capstones, and that's always a challenging process. Just because ranging from just getting time with them to what we were talking about a few minutes ago. What you ask them is important is very limited in the time that they have. So if we would have asked Pantex or Y12 or kind of any other company, but particularly Pantex and Y12 about 6 months ago, it would have been something about time management, right? And how can you manage time management, or issues related to transport, or issues related to quality issues, but to answer your question, I think the things that you brought up would be good capstones.
Hey, Tom, I do have a question. I saw Rob put out there that my org has a boatload of projects, and it got me thinking, walking down the path. The program does a great job of providing a bunch of tools, but I guess I have yet to see a framework of how we're supposed to apply those tools. Is there some framework for the capstone that lays out, like the DMAIC methodology is what we use for our process improvements? I haven't seen anything like that here. I see a lot of tools. So when does the structure come into play of how these tools should be laid out so that people can actually run a successful project?
That is an excellent question. And I have not seen that kind of framework, so what I'm visualizing is I've used this analogy before, is so you come into this class with a toolbox, right? And in that toolbox might be a hammer and a couple of screwdrivers and maybe a handsaw. And by the end of the project, you have a garage full of tools, right? You have power saws and table saws and planers and a full mechanics set. And if you saw, I should take a picture of my garage. My garage looks like that. The problem is you can't walk through my garage. I've got old motorcycles there. I've got all kinds of woodworking tools, and there's barely, and it's laying all over the place. It kind of looks like my office, but a whole lot worse. So there's no structure to it, and it would seem, and so that's a natural. I found in my last current year at being a UT, that's the kind of academic approach, right? They help you fill up your kit bag, but don't tell you what you're going to do with the stuff. So you end up with this kit bag or rucksack full of crap, and it's heavy, and you're not sure what you're supposed to do with any of it. You know, so welcome to academia and getting a master's degree. Same thing with a PhD. PhD is a little bit, and this is my frustration with getting a PhD. It's the same sort of thing, but then when you work on your dissertation, they literally kick you into the pool and say, "Hey, we taught you everything. You figure out how to do the research." And that's really, to your point, really inherently frustrating, because it's like, use whatever expletive you want. What the heck do I do with this? And so you spend the first 6 months being really pissed off about not having any structure. And the idea is, for a PhD, that, well, welcome to the real world. You're supposed to figure out that structure. It would be nice if there was a methodology to say, you know, kind of this matrix or rubric of saying, here's where you plug these things in, you know? And so I can't tell you the number of times people have said, it would be nice if this design of experiments was up front. It would help us do our stuff later. Part of that problem is you really need stats before you can do design of experiments. So I get that. Or having the librarian come talk, right? Like first class in the first semester, because you can use that. And then the other is, now that you've got this, so they've started giving y'all examples of what capstones look like. What's interesting with the College of Nursing is, so the College of Nursing has 2 degrees. They've got the Doctor of Nursing Practice, and they have a PhD. They're both different, but both have this course of how do you structure your scholarly effort. And so they spend an entire semester saying, you are going to get these tools, and we'll walk you through how you use each of them. It would seem to make sense that, at least as part of a course, if not a course, that you do that, and you do that probably second semester. I could see that. So to specifically answer your question, it doesn't exist here. It's more of the standard academic model that, you know, from the faculty, our job here is done, and we've bestowed upon you insight and wisdom and knowledge, and you all do with it what you want. And you're left, especially in this short of a period of time, trying to sort that out and figure out what you're going to do with it, right?
All right. So if I paraphrased, if the capstone is a house and we're learning a bunch of tools, the problem is the majority of the people that are in this class have never seen a house that's been built, and they've never built a house themselves. But we're asking them to build a house and then report on the process. So the quality of the house at the very end is what we're going to get.
Or we've seen some really bad houses.
Yeah.
All right. I'm tracking.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. You know, yeah. I mean, we can even make the this course be a microcosm of that, right? It's almost though as what the course needs to do is say, here's the desired end state, here's what you're working towards. And in each course, it's, you know, I don't know if they could afford from a time point of view to have one course that does this. It would be nice to have that golden thread run through each one of the courses to say, this is how you will use this. So to pick on your course coming up next, this is how project management can be applied to what you're doing. This is how to design experiments. So, some of it's just scholarly training. It's academic. It's the pedagogical kind of stuff where statistics is statistics, and you learn statistics and you kind of apply it. Some of the other sorts of things. So don't you all have a modeling course? So that I could see being very applied in kind of showing this is how you could use it in your capstone. Yeah.
Yeah, we have was it I can't remember the name of it, was systems where we learned AnyLogic.
Yeah, but I think you only use one aspect of AnyLogic, right? You only use
Sure.
systems dynamics.
Yep.
I was talking with some Y12 folks and one of my collaborators, Zhu-Ping Li. I don't know if you guys know Zhu-Ping. He's been around for a while and has done a couple of PDRDs as well. So AnyLogic does 3 kinds of modeling. It does kind of that structured modeling, discrete event, like FlexSim. So in planning UPF, they did a lot of discrete events. So that's like the flow through the factory, right? So it's very structured. It's a structured kind of programming. So you have your factories lined up, or not factories, but equipment lined up, and you have the inputs and outputs. The systems dynamics is really a policy level modeling, is that higher level. So when I do there's this thing called multi-method programming. And so you use all those different kinds, and the systems dynamics, if we look at opioid addiction, that would be including like syringe exchange policy and changing opioid, the way opioids are formulated so that you can't grind them up and use them, right? So, or it's funding outreach clinics versus discrete event, which is these are the clinics, these are the people going into the clinics, these are the clinicians there, and that kind of thing. So it would seem to make sense to have a broader application of modeling and to tell you how it's used. I like the idea of saying these are the tools you need to make it fit, and again relate that. So the end event is the capstone. I agree with that. And the other part is this is how it relates to that. And you don't need to know your capstone in order to be able to use it. So we need a shop class to be able to figure out how to use some of these tools, is what you all are saying. And I don't know that any of this relates to 2K factorial designs, but we need to get it back to that. So a really great conversation. I appreciate the chance to talk with you guys about that. But to talk about building blocks, so 2K design is 2K factorial design. Remember that K is that exponent, that's the number of factors. So if you have 3 factors, it's 2 to the 3rd. If you have 10 factors, it's 2 to the 10th. There's no, like Lucas's problem, there's no 4-level factoring here. It's all 2-level factors. And that in and of itself is screening, because what we're saying, so for Lucas, if we were saying you got to design a screening design, and you need to make it easier on yourself, which to his credit he didn't, you'd have 2 factors, and that in and of itself is a screening design. So what you're doing is purposely limiting it to low and high, or A and B, or plus or minus. 2 factors. And we'll talk about consideration of what those factors are. They're used a lot. They're used a lot in healthcare and medicine and industrial applications, because they're just very easy, straightforward to use. They're kind of like, I've heard the analogy of DNA as a building block, nucleic acids. I like to think of more of as Lego blocks. And so all those screening designs, different flavors of screening designs that we were talking about earlier, these use some form of 2K design. You can bend them so that it might be able to address some of Lucas's problem, but it's kind of hard to do. And again, it tends to then be more theoretical than it does applications. Randomization always, that's kind of the spiritual underpinning of all of what we're doing here. And so inherently, what you do with 2K designs is you randomize, and we talked about this with Lucas's example, where we have to come up with everything should ideally be randomized. And the other is, getting back to the center points, is since we only have 2 levels, that's going to be a line, right? It's going to be a straight line because we have nothing in between to show us that it's curved at all or got some sort of inflection point. Well, replication is really good, right? So running the same experiment over again under the same conditions is a really good thing to do if you can do it. So the good thing about replication is that it allows you to understand what's going on under the hood. And so, like we were talking about earlier, doing the experiment someplace else is a form of replication, and you can't come up with the results. And so one of the things replication does is help you understand where the error is occurring inside the hood. Error is not inherently bad. It's just an indicator of the variance in the system. And so we can do 2K designs with replication and without replication. And our friend ANOVA is what we use as an approach to figure out what's statistically significant or not. And we do all the same sort of results that we're going through. And what we'll find later is that we can do blocking. We can do many of the same sorts of approaches that we learned in chapters 1 through 5. So the simplest is having 2 factors, right? So that's the 2x2 design. So your book, as challenging as to read, does a pretty good job at explaining this. Now, what Montgomery does, I always found this a little bit confusing, is he uses boxes and cubes to define that. I don't get the connection between drawing lines between the points, but he really likes that a lot. But when you look at this translates to what we were looking at before with drawing the end effects, right? So these B plus, B minus, or this line, or here, wait a second. So recall when we look at this sort of thing, this is an effect, and this is an effect, and this is a response. This correlates directly to that. How so, do you say? So this is a real example. Relates to work at Y12, actually. So this is actually refractory work. So they're melting metal, and they've got 2 factors. One is stuff that they stick inside the pot when they're melting metal. That helps to encourages the melting of the metal. And the second is, they call it catalyst. It's really more of a fluxing agent. All right, so we've got 2 things, low and high, and a pound of this catalyst fluxing agent and 2 pounds. And what they're looking at is what is the resultant yield of that. And so they ran this experiment 3 times. You can tell it because it says 18, 19, and 23, and 31, 30, and 29. And there's some convention that we need to learn. So the way that most everyone, when they're talking about experimental design, uses to encode these things. And so in this case, we have A and B, right, as factors. We have A and B as factors. And so the way that these are represented is little a here is actually the big A here. So it's the highest amount. AB is the highest amount of A and B is the highest amount of B and the least amount of A. And this identity here is actually low A and low B. Universally used. Ask me, I don't like it. I think it's confusing, but everybody uses it. So if we were to go back to probably the middle of module 5, we were talking about factor effects and how to calculate factor effects, and you add them up, or you take the average of these. So 18 or 60, right? So 18 plus 19 plus 23 divided by 3, the factor effect is 20. And that gets to here, which is why I kind of like this a little bit more than this. You add this up, it's 9 divided by 3, it's 30, and so forth. All right, so that's just convention. The reason I like this more is it's easier to see the interactions. So if I were to ask you where you see the interactions, I know you all would say, well, here we have a big interaction, right? Because these are not parallel. Here we have one effect because we go from this level to this level. Okay. Oop, that won't work. Okay. So here's just a table form of that design we were looking at graphically. And so we have this identity matrix, which is the low amounts of A and B, low A and B, and we term that A, and here are the values for each one of those. And there's the sums. And so we can march down. So when we saw the little a before on that graph, that's this one. So it's high A, low B, and those are the values. So this is simply a table representation of what was on that previous this slide. You with me so far? Okay. So this is as complicated a math way as you can get to show getting to this. So if you ran through this will get you what this graph is here, or this graph, depending which data is represented by that. And so the effect estimates are this. And so if we actually calculated what the effect estimates are, this is what the calculation is. And honestly, I don't know if it's 247 anymore because this is from the last textbook. I can look really quick. I can tell you it's not 247. It's probably around 196, 197, page 197. Ooh. There you go. All's good in the world now. So in this table, what we see are what the effects are, which are from up here. We see our error term, for terms. So we see what the effects are. Sum of squares, which your book does a good job at showing you how you would calculate this. And the percent contribution. Now the percent contribution tells you out of the factors how much is contributing what. So in terms of effect on the overall model, A is contributing about 65% of what the overall effect is. B is 23, a quarter, which isn't bad. And here's something interesting. The A-B interaction is contributing only about 2.5%. So you're going to ask me, how did you get that number? Well, it's based on the sum of squares. So you add up the sum of squares and then divide, and that gets you what your percent contribution is. I think it's kind of a helpful thing. So if you're going into this and did it and say, I just wonder what the magnitude of contribution of A is, you know, it's about 65%. So A is, what is A? Oop. Keep doing that. So in this case, A is the reactant concentration. So you know that the reactant concentration is a big thing. So relating this back to the sorts of activities that go on at Y12, this would be exactly the kind of experiment that I would expect could go on, where you're trying to figure out in a metal melting operation, what sorts of things should you be concerned with if you're trying to improve efficiency, reduce cost, come up with the effect of adding certain things or not, right? So I'm going to leave it there. I think that's a good place to break. So the test, no homework, because I've got a feeling you guys would not be happy if you had homework in addition to working on the test. Any questions? I'm kind of around this weekend on the test, so feel free to shoot me an email. Let me emphasize a point. Email me directly as opposed to Canvas. So tberg1@utk.edu, tberg1@utk.edu, and that should be my email on the Canvas site as well. The reason is if I'm out doing something and you email me through Canvas, the only way I can respond is getting back in through Canvas and responding to you that way. Or I could try fat fingering your email too. But if you email me directly, I can respond to you via that email, and it'll be quicker for you and me, I guess. Work on your projects. Again, any questions, give me a call. Anything that you guys got? You've got your Halloween candy ready to go?
You mentioned that you were
Who here is handing
getting
out Halloween candy?
Dr. Berg, can you hear me?
Yeah. I don't know if we are or not. I haven't been told yet. That's tomorrow, right?
I think there was a question, Dr. Burke.
Oh, who had a question?
Hey, Dr. Berg, can you hear me?
Can you hear him?
I can hear him.
He said he cannot.
He cannot.
Oh, that's weird.
What you got?
So he said at the start of class he was working on the next test. Does he mean like quiz, or is the syllabus changing and we're getting a final?
No, he was the question is, Dr. Burke, that he was asking where you'd said something about the test at the first, but that was your trick or treat.
Oh, right? Yeah. There's not there is not although it would be a good idea, there's not a second test. There will be some more homework. I haven't decided if there's going to be another quiz or not. I'll be honest. So I know Ibrahim's worked on grading the homework assignments. I did post the answer key to the homework assignments, so you have that, which might help with the test. Here's a paid political advertisement to help Carla out. If you haven't sent in your paperwork for candidacy, send it in. Because by the time it works its way through Reed, or Dr. Kress and Dr. Sani, it could be a little while. Share with your cohort that it's a little bit easier if in the file name, if you save your last name or first name or something other than in addition to the file name. Because what I do is I sign it and then I save a copy of it. And if somebody says, hey, have you done what you're supposed to do and pass that on yet? I can go back that way and check.
Does he CCS
that
when
way
he
you
forwards
hold
it?
me accountable too, right? So I don't think all of you have sent in your request for candidacy. So I'd encourage you to get that in. I know it's a pain, but
Do we send that to you, Dr. Berg?
yeah, you sent it to me first. I don't know why. Maybe I'm the most gullible and I said that I'd do that, but send it to me and then I'll send it on to Dr. Kress. And then it gets sent on to Dr. Soni after that. If you want, you can go in to the actual PDF itself and enter the name. So Dr. Soni would be the chair. And then it doesn't matter whether Dr. Reed or I are first or second, it doesn't matter at all. And then we electronically sign it. So send it to me, I'll electronically sign it, send it on to Dr. Kress. We'll then send it on to Dr. Soni.
Dr. Berg, I think you may have answered that, but Ray's having difficulty getting to you. We seem to be able to hear him, but I guess you can't. So
Yeah, it's showing, and it's probably me, but it's showing that everybody's, Joe, including yours, your mics are turned off. And I obviously can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm not looking at chat right now either. So it's kind of funny because I could hear Rob and I can hear Lucas. Ray, your screen's frozen, so you've been frozen forever. I thought you left and just took a screenshot. Sorry, it's so do you guys have class following this?
Yeah, yours is frozen for me, Dr. Berg.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah, for me too.
Huh.
You froze at 10:52.
There's Ray.
Hey, I'm not frozen.
Hey, Ray.
Sporting the COVID beard.
Hey, this ugly mug's only good for something. I try to leave this off not to frighten children.
So I just stopped sharing. So yeah, mine's acting.
I think Dr. Berg's been kicked out of the room.
That's the conclusion of my TED Talk. Thank you.
Well, I guess it's my turn then. I was waiting for a place to enter. You guys haven't had a break yet, right? Can you hear me? Thumbs up. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello. All right,
Yeah, we're just messing with you.
Well, that happens, especially with my kids. So how about go ahead and I think you haven't taken a break yet, right? I haven't heard anything. So no break in a couple of minutes.
Oh,
As soon as
yeah,
you
no.
can, and we'll get started then. Rob, are you hearing me?
Yeah,
Okay.
loud and clear.
Okay, good. All right, I just want to know, look like that message didn't
Great.
get out.
Greg, can you
Yes.
hear me?
I can. Ray, is that you?
Yeah, Dr. Berg couldn't hear me, so I was wondering if it was you, if you could.
Yep, I can hear you. I'll go ahead and get set up. Let's see, I'm gonna go and bring the PowerPoint over. If I can do that, there we are. Every time I get on a Zoom call, I always go into narrative mode. So everything I do, I say, I'm about to do this, I'm about to do that. And sometimes it helps. All right.
Hey, Craig, when you're running your webinars, what program do you use?
Zoom.
Really?
It's really easy. I have my own software and screen capture and all that kind of stuff, but Zoom is set up perfectly for it. And then so when you record and if no one's on it, you know, for example, if you record before time, then you can record in short little sections and start and stop and start and stop. And every time you end the Zoom call, it will send it to a Zoom folder and you just have to select which ones you want.
Okay.
So it's pretty cool.
Are you using like OBS or anything
See,
to track your transitions and things like that?
no, well, I don't. All I do is hit record.
Okay.
And Zoom does the rest. And I don't know, you know, what systems or anything else that's behind the scenes, but it comes out as a MP4. And let's see what else. And I have a editing software that's been on the fritz lately, and I just didn't want to, you know, upgrade. I've been trying to fix it, but it looks like I might just have to upgrade it. And with that, I can cut and paste and cut and place and splice and put in music and anything else I want. But Zoom does a really good job if you keep it start and finish. And you can start over a couple of times. You know, for example, you can do one subject, hit record, do that subject, stop it, and then take a little break, think about what you're going to do. You hit the next subject, and it's free. So, I mean, I can't beat that.
Very cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we'll give everybody a couple of minutes. I think we're 6 minutes in. So when I see Rob and a couple other people show their faces, then I'll start. Where'd Mia go? Blake, you got somebody watching you but from behind. Don't look now, but you're on a television show.
Steve Harvey's my favorite.
Yeah, he is a good comedian. I love what he does. Let me see. Let me get a different backsplash. All right, let's see. Sometimes I don't pay attention to it. I could do the Civil Air Patrol one. How's that? That's pretty cool. I could do, hey, that's where I am. All right. All right, looks like Rob's back. So I think that means there's been enough time. Joseph, I don't see you yet. Mia left the premises. Michael, you there? Ray's
Yep.
there. All right. So we're going to go back and look at what we were talking about last time, just because I left off some really good stuff, ran out of time. And we're going to talk mainly about communication. Your homework assignments are all related to communication, but it's a really short chapter. And I'm going to go in and kind of fill in. There's one motivational theory we didn't get to, which I think is the most powerful one. I thought, well, let's go back and look at that. But before we do that, I'm going to talk about empowerment. So your goal as a project manager is to empower people to lead. Here's a couple of things I really like. If anybody ever heard of John Maxwell and the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership, I'm going to use that throughout this part. So why empower people? And this is law number 20. It says the law of explosive growth. To add growth, lead followers. To multiply, lead leaders. And so what you want in your team is you want a group of leaders. But leadership doesn't come automatically. It's not something that's just people are born with. Empowerment shouldn't be given just anybody. And I'll show you a couple of examples of that. But if we think of the 5 sources of power, there's legitimate power, and then there's these others. These others are really important and will be there in some cases. For example, experts, you could have experts and people have information and people able to reward you and things like that. But when you're talking about your group, you might be talking about expert and informational power that they have. Legitimate power is what you give them in a way that they're the leader of that particular part of the project of what you're doing. So if we're looking at it, well, we'll skip over that. So this story, I guys got to tell you this. So when I was, I don't know, before I was 10 years old, I was young. And this is what I drove. I drove a Ford 4000 tractor around on the farm. I helped my dad bush hog and things like that. And so I was younger than 10. My dad had a really bad heart. He died when I was 13. But when I was younger than 10, 9 and 10 years old, we'd go to the farm, which was 30 minutes away from where we lived. It had a house on it and everything. So it was where we were trying to fix it up. And we had this was a brand new truck at the time. It was a GMC 1972 pickup truck. It was it was like the Cadillac of trucks at that time. And we had a topper on it. Well, my mother taught me how to drive that. It was an automatic, wasn't hard. I was used to the tractor, drove a lot different than a tractor, right? Well, when my dad died about 5 years later, my stepdad came into the picture, and he was, an outdoors guy, and he had Big Red, we called it. This isn't the truck, but this kind of symbolizes that Big Red truck. It was a 4-wheel drive. He had 2,000 acres right on the border of Catoosa Wildlife Management Area. And I spent my youth camping. I would go 2 weeks at a time, just me and my dog and a bunch of cans of beanie weenies and things like that. And I'd go camping just by myself and my dog on that 2,000 acres. And, so I was used to driving this. This is, if anybody ever drove a tractor, it's a lot different than a straight shift, right? I was used to driving the automatic, and my stepdad asked me to move his truck for him. So he just threw me the keys. Now, and this is a straight shift. Now, is that a smart idea or a bad idea? This is what empowerment is not. So he empowered me to use his truck, right? Never taught me how to drive a straight shift. I went in there, and the first thing I do is I rip up his transmission. I had no clue. I thought it was more like a tractor. I could just force things into it. And I was like maybe 15 at the time that happened. So I didn't have any driving experience, really. I might have been 16, but I ripped his transmission out. So now if you have a brand new 2020 Beamer, top of the line, would you just throw your keys to your kid and say, here, take this car to school or whatever? That's not the way empowerment works. I can tell you from experience, I was empowered to drive that truck, but I had no clue on how to do it. So you don't just empower anybody at any time. It takes a systematic, repeatable growing process to get to empowerment. So the law of empowerment. First off, only secure leaders give up power to others. I thought that was really good. So if you're not secure, you're not going to do it. So now the first thing that you have to learn how to do when you empower people, the person needs to know, is how do you, well, let's start with this. Let me just go along this path so I won't mess it up. But if they're not empowered to learn, if they're not empowered to lead, if they're not committed to learn, if they're not committed to lead, if they're not committed to treat people right, then you can't even empower them, right? It takes that commitment first. Likewise, it takes the company's commitment, your commitment to empower somebody. So that's a leader must give up to go up. So this person's going to have to give up. It's kind of like getting an education. You don't just take somebody off the streets, give them, send them into engineering school at UT and say, here, you're empowered to get an education. We're going to pay for everything. If there's no commitment, it will not happen. So let's see. So this is an ex-CEO of Federal Express says that all we have at the end of the day is personal effort and commitment. All right, so now the next thing they have to do is they have to build understanding. We're just talking about the soft side now. So we're understanding of people and people issues, communication issues that we're going to talk about today and other things. Out of that understanding comes a sensitivity. You understand that a single mother going through this stuff has to get their kids to school on time and other things, and she's working hard and those kind of things. That would be sensitivity, right? Understand that situation and working around that situation. But understanding also brings a sensitivity to when somebody's trying to mess you over. You got to know that sensitivity is a two-edged sword. But here's something that my sister used to say: no one cares what you know until they know you care. So leaders touch the heart before they ask for a hand. So that's part of what you're trying to do, build that relationship, kind of like we talked about before in the situational leadership. Out of the sensitivity you build respect. You also build disrespect if you see someone is lazy, not doing things, but understanding is that kind of thing. If they're a racist, person because of their statements and everything else, then that's a topic that's hot today. So the law of respect, people naturally follow leaders stronger than themselves. So they want to see you and see you do it. So here's a little cartoon I like. So let's pretend for a moment that you and I are equals. Well, that's probably a bad place to start. So respect. Out of respect comes patience, and you put all that together. And go back. I get carried away. Let's see, go back. So all this together is just that growth period, how that growth progresses. And this is just how the soft side of dealing with other people. If you empower somebody within your organization that doesn't understand how to deal with people, so somebody on your team, then what you're doing is you either master the people skills or you become a liability. You become a liability to your team, you become a liability to your company. So you got to master the people skills. And we see that in evidence all over the place right now. So leadership. So that is the soft side of leadership. So now you're ready to start leading, right? So now we're going to get into, well, how do you get results? You're ready to lead people, you understand people, how do you get results? Well, to lead is important as what to do, or when to lead is as important as what to do and how to get there and all that kind of stuff. So there's times for leadership and times for not leadership. If you're not ready to lead, it's not time for you to be a leader, right? So after that person that you're trying to empower is ready for that leadership role, you got to start building information, goals, and expectations. So you got to start building on that in order to get the results. What results you want? What's in scope? What's out of scope? What are we going to be graded on? Those kind of things. So the real leader speaks people. When a real leader, well, anyway, how many of you, let me see thumbs. How many of you ever heard of E.F. Hutton? Rob has. Joseph has. Alex, have you? Blake hasn't. All right. Alex hasn't. Roy.
Craig, say that. E.F. what? Oh, E.F. Hutton?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard of him.
All right. So when this statement, when the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership came about, it's published in 2002. So people probably still remember that, but I think it might have been used a lot before that in John Maxwell's, but it's an old commercial. So if you can imagine, there's these two guys, and you've seen commercials like that since then, but there's two guys, they're sitting inside a restaurant, It's a noisy place. There's waiters coming in and out. There's the door swinging. Everybody in there is laughing, having conversations, and things are happening. Waiters are dropping things. So it's a noisy place, busy restaurant. And so one guy says, man, I don't know what I'm going to do about my retirement. I don't know where to start. And the other guy says, well, my advisor is E.F. Hutton, and E.F. Hutton says, and then you could hear a pin drop. Everything gets silent. They look around the restaurant, and the cook is coming out listening from behind the swinging door. The dishwasher's there, behind the cook. Every waiter, every waitress stopped. Every table is sitting around. They all have one ear to their hand, to their head, one hand to their ear. I guess that's a better way to say it. And they're all listening to see what E.F. Hutton would say. Now, E.F. Hutton, that statement is what this means. When the real leader speaks, people listen. And I'll tell you, there's another one. What about Eleanor Roosevelt? Eleanor Roosevelt said, small people talk about other people. Average people talk about things, and extraordinary people, and I'm butchering the quote, but extraordinary people talk about ideas. And so if you think about it, if you're going around talking about other people, and I have stories about how that's affected me and how I did stupid things, but if that's what you're doing, people are going to tune you out. If you go in and talk about the things you have, like you're going to, I remember one person complaining to me about my boss, who was talking about their cabin they're building and all the stuff they're putting in it. And she said, you know what? It's like us regular people could not afford that. So she was insulted by that statement. So if you're talking about things and that's what you talk about, then that's a problem. So what you need to do is focus on as a leader, as the manager, you're focusing on information, goals, and expectations related to work, related to the project. And that's when people start listening. Because if they don't listen, they're going to screw something up, and they don't want to screw something up. Roy, are you there yet? Roy, I don't think you're here. You there? Good. All right. So Roy, do you have anything that you can add to that?
No, I don't have anything to add.
But have you seen that in your life too, as far as, being anybody? So have you seen, I'm going to pick on people throughout time, just so I know you're there and listening. But you has anybody seen this in action where people tune certain people out? Could be politics.
Always.
Yeah.
Always.
Could be politics. I get tired of hearing it. I get tired of, hearing about their workout program. It could be anything. But the point is, as a manager of a group of people, you need to focus on this. Build relationships, but when you're around the work, that's what you focus on. All right. So now, if you give people honest, truthful information, you set honest, truthful goals, and you have honest, truthful expectations, and people can rely on that, then you build trust. You don't just start with trust, right? You have to build it over time. So the foundation of leadership is the law of solid ground, trust and solid ground. Let's see, education. Now, once you get to the trust and you're doing this, then people will start listening to you and they're more able to be trained. I used to go around the country and I would have to build the trust before people even listen to me. And so that would be the first thing I had to do. Leadership develops daily, not in a day. Education and training is what it takes to get, better leadership and better, subject matter expert and those kind of things. It's built over time. Now, once you have somebody and you're empowering them, you can't even give them ownership and expect cooperation unless you've gone through all these steps. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Craig, how does credibility play into this wedge?
You mean credibility as in the trust, right? Because that's really where it fits. Credibility and trust, that I think, do you think differently, or does that sound logical?
It makes sense to me. I didn't know where it would fit in there. Because
Yep. I
guess
think you have to show people that, you know, you have goals, expectations, you have the information so that they know that you are the subject matter expert, for example. And that's kind of where credibility comes in. If you can show them that you're giving them what they need to do and you're not giving them false information all the time and your expectations aren't clear and they're getting in trouble over it. I've been there a bunch of times where we didn't set the goals or expectations up. And so people had different, you know, thoughts of what needed to happen. And I think credibility really fits here.
I guess in my head, I would say credibility helps you build trust, but you have to have some type of past performance that shows credibility.
Yep.
And I could trust you, but if you've never done it before, it doesn't mean we're going to get very far.
Yep. And a lot of things that we do, especially in projects and especially in IT, we never done before. You know, it will be like, well, we've done similar things or we have some background, but that all boils down to, you know, the information you share and expectation. But it could be right. It could be that we're missing a step. All right, so let's see. A leader's lasting value is measured by succession. So now you can tell how good a manager someone was if the next person in line to take over that doesn't have a bunch of problems, right? So they don't have to go and fix everything you're doing, and then that's the measure of good lasting leadership. All right, so now the next thing is evaluation. You can't evaluate somebody unless they own it and they cooperate, you know, you have their cooperation, everything else, they're in charge. If not, you're evaluating yourself, basically, if you're making all decisions. So evaluation comes, you know, at this point. Let's see, law intuition, leaders evaluate everything based on leadership bias, and sometimes that's confusing. So now you don't give people recognition for a good job unless the evaluation says they deserve the recognition, because if you do without that, then it turns out that the people who know the background story and know that they didn't deserve recognition, it ruins your whole system. So anyway, so that's just a thought of empowerment. Leaders understand activity is not necessarily accomplishment. You know, not because you showed up, it's because you accomplished something. You got results you're looking for. And so that's just a quick thing related to empowerment. We did this a long time ago. This was back in '92 when we wrote this. Calvin Pepper, he was a program manager at Department of Energy, and I was writing the stuff, and he went out and presented in Las Vegas, but I wrote this stuff for him. So anyway, leaders means influencing people, getting more people do what you want. And so now that gets us back to motivation. I think we said this last time. The biggest urge in human nature is the desire to be important. And then we talked about all these different theories. And so now we're into behavioral theory. And this is probably the one, if there's one motivational theory that I think that makes the most sense and I hear most often, is expectancy theory. And so valence is the value or importance that a particular outcome has to a person. So if that person wants a raise and it's of high value to them, then that has a high degree of valence. And I might be pronouncing that wrong because I pronounce it differently every time I say it. I tell everybody I'm nearsighted, farsighted, and dyslexic. So, you know, just kind of go along with me. And if I mess up a name or something, that's probably because I'm not seeing it right. Instrumentality, the person's perception that the extent at which a person feels that their performance will lead to that desire they have up here. So they think that they really value whatever they think they're going to get out of it. They think that if they work really hard, this is going to happen. And so now is the feeling that one's efforts, performance will lead to the desired outcome. So their perception of, well, if I do this, I'll do that way, and I expect that to happen. So that's expectancy theory. So if a person feels that that the second level goal, promotion, is important to them, it's high valence, does she feel that the first level outcome, her performance, will provide the second level goal, the promotion, you know, up here? So I feel this, if I just do this hard enough, I'll get promoted. does he or she feel that if she puts all the forces in, that her performance will lead to that goal? That's kind of what we're talking about. And then there's this is satisfaction, and there's other things, and we could go into more, but that's the one I wanted to lead you with. Expectancy theory. If no matter how hard I work, I'm not going to get the goals I was promised, then pretty soon over time, it's a dissatisfier to me, and it motivates me not to try as hard. So, or it lacks the motivation for me to try harder. So expectancy theory is very important. Your kids are that way. You're probably that way in some ways. And that's real important to think that what you do, your expected outcome will come as it, and there's always a chance it won't. So sometimes people don't do what you ask them to because they can't. So you got to train them. They don't want to. That's kind of a whole different issue. Or they don't know how to. You know, this may be physically they can't do it, and this may be I just don't know how to do it. This could be training and maybe conditioning. You know, if you're an athlete and you can't do it, maybe you know how to do it, but you just can't do it. You can't. I lettered in track at Tennessee Tech. I threw the javelin, and I could really compete with the women. You know, I was a freshman. I could throw their javelin. It was lighter. I could throw it farther. So I worked out with the women a lot of times because there was one javelin thrower. I was the best javelin thrower Tennessee Tech had and the worst in OVC, you know, to give you an idea as a freshman. So I would go to every meet and I would learn from the people who were really good. And I'd stop and say, you know what, this first time I ever threw the javelin and I'm trying to learn how to do it. Can you teach me? Can you give me some pointers? So the seniors from other schools gave me more pointers than my own coach because he didn't know how to throw a javelin. So I literally watched tape and learned footing and everything else and learned how to throw the javelin from the women who were did have a coach, and from the people I competed with, you know. And so that doesn't say a whole lot for me other than I lettered in track, throwing the javelin. So, but there's a lot of things I just couldn't do. You know, I just physically couldn't do. I'm short and I was stocky. I was a power lifter. I had lots of power. I could throw the other track. You know, I could throw the shot put. I could throw the disc. I could throw everything, but I was supposed to be throwing the javelin, right? And there are people who are just bigger. I mean, I was powerful, but there are people bigger than me could throw the other stuff farther, so I couldn't compete there either. But the javelin I could compete in if I could just get it down. So I worked really hard at trying to do that and worked really hard physically. And you know, so I had to want to, but you know, there's certain things I just couldn't do. So let's pretend like, how do we handle these problems? Well, lack of knowledge leads to poor performance. And the solution is you need a coach, right? And then if you're a team problem and you have bad attitude and behavior, then the thing is you need counseling. So you either need a coach in training and conditioning, or you need counseling because of this. Which one's the easiest? Which one's the hardest? I mean, some things you're never going to be able to do, right? So even if the best coach and best training, best attitude and everything else, you may not be able to do it. But if it's an attitude issue, then we learned last time that, and it's a team, then we have a path to take. We split up the bad attitudes, we get them back into training, coaching, and then we build team building after that, right? So that's just an idea. All right, so if you have a stuck team, here's things to do. Review the basics, go for the small wins, inject new information and approaches, you know, try something new, take advantage of facilitators, people outside. Sometimes the problem is the chemistry inside, your ability to even make that connection. And I mean, I had a lot of really good examples where I did really good things, but things that keep in my mind is the bad things I did, right? And so I remember I had a female boss one time, and we just didn't connect. You know, we couldn't communicate. She thought that I didn't understand anything she ever said, anything else. And I was trying to think of it, and I said, well, women have more complete brains. You know, they're thinking left and right, and guys kind of have, you can almost hear the gears change from emotion to, you know, the other things. You can almost hear those gears grinding as you go through. And I had jobs where I was a design engineer, a abstractor for Department of Energy, and I wrote abstracts on scientific reports. I taught classes. I was a bartender, and I was a scuba diver, all at the same time. You know, one day I do this, one night I do that, one, you know, and it would be like a try from, and I could literally feel my brain, the gears grinding when I went from one really technical job to the design job, where I had to think more emotionally on what people wanted and all that kind of stuff. And so I was thinking, well, maybe that's the problem. But the thing about it is, facilitators from outside coming in to help build teamwork sometimes helps. And then you might need to change teams of membership. So anyway, that's all from last time. Now let's get into communication. So here we are. Communication is important throughout a whole change cycle. Really, if we're thinking about, well, where does communication fit into the 7 attributes of excellent management? It's really all about leadership, culture, customers, you know, external communication and internal communication. The other stuff has to be communicated, but this is really, you know, a lot of art of communication on this side. So I've gone through a lot so far. And so I want you guys to feel comfortable about stopping me and asking questions and challenging me. I know you're pretty good at that anyway. So keep that up. So now we're going to start here. Before we start into communication, are there any questions so far? All right, communication is a short chapter. It's going to be easy for you. I have a lot more material than is in the chapter, a lot more detail. So communication, let's look at this. This is borrowed perception. What we're dealing with, so we're trying to think, it's kind of like that whole thought of thinking inside the box. What was it? Maslow's hierarchy? No, it was not Maslow. It was the 7 habits of highly effective people. And we have to think about, you know, our own mind's eye, and what we're trying to, what's in our mind may not be reality. Our borrowed perception was another way to think of that. Up to 90% of what we believe comes from not just us, but things we hear and experience, not our experiences, but others, you know, things people tell us. Like I'm telling you a lot of things and you're taking, you know, assumption that some of the stuff I'm saying is probably true, and you're taking my word for it, right? Because you don't want to do the research and everything else. You're just, that's about 90% of everything we think and everything we know comes from other people's experiences and knowledge. And so when we're talking about the change curve and project management, we're trying to manage going through this process. And this is kind of what's happening throughout the organization as we go through. So if we're at this point, people may have high expectations. Our stakeholders think it's really a great thing. We're going to have this great change. And then they say, what's happening here? Our productivity is going down. And then you explain it to them. So, oh, I see, we're going on the right path. But then it's been a little while. It's been 6 months. Now their perception is things are worse off than where we are, right? And then, okay, so we're starting to see an uptick. They felt bad because they didn't see this uptick yet, right? So now they're feeling really worse. And then now they're starting to see the uptick. So they're saying, oh, we're heading along the right path. And then they're saying, well, we're at the end, but we're not where we want to be, right? We thought we were going to be up here. It says, well, you have to give it time. Now the operations people have to go through their learning curves. And then now they're way up here thinking it's better than where it was. You know, that's kind of the perceptions of reality are going like that. So during this whole thing, you know, here's what the stakeholders are thinking. They give you an idea. Another thing to think about is in communication is the perception of reality. And if we looked at it related to the motivational theories and the other things, this is what's known as a force field analysis. So we have forces pushing this way and forces pushing that way. And this gets us through the change. So if we're in the change curve at this point, this is the lowest point in the curve, right? So we have things going on. And some of this has to do with all of these Maslow type things, right? So physical needs. So it may be that we have things pushing our project forward, and they feel secure in their thoughts. They have enough rest and recreation that they can handle the work. They have good habits. They're good, healthy, and vitality is high. They're thriving and their comfort is met. these are forces that push us forward. What pushes our team backward is anxiety. Like, I'm not sure it's going to work. Depression, lack of fun and humor. It's hard to deal with some people. You ever realize it's hard to deal with some people? If they're always negative, then pretty soon that lack of fun and humor and depression affects your team. Bad habits and addictions, maybe not getting enough sleep, maybe watching the stupid Facebook ads all the time, and what's going on there. And I use Facebook a lot because that's probably probably my biggest problem is, did you know that aliens landed in Texas, or something, I don't know. But anyway, so something, that you're just out of the blue. So bad habits and addictions. This is an addiction. This is probably my only addiction. Bad health and fatigue. So if you're sick, you don't feel like doing much. Survival and comfort is threatened. So you feel like, oh, I'm going to lose my job over this. That's security, right? And all these things. So another thing, if we look a little higher, team support, civic belonging, family support. If you have a good church that you belong to and they're building you up, then this is a really great thing. If you haven't experienced that, it's really cool. Now, the other side of that is friction and conflicts. That's within the team maybe. Civic responsibility, even if you have like a professional organization, some kind of Boy Scouts, church, something you belong to, and it's giving you that feel of social needs, you still have responsibilities. And so your responsibility is taken away from your time. Family support, you have the best family in the world, but you still have responsibilities. You got to feed them, you got to get them to school and everything else. And so that's pushing on it from this direction. Not necessarily a bad thing in this case, right? The responsibilities are going to be there when you have family. Responsibilities are going to be there if you're officer in some kind of society or something. And so, but that's important. Those things are important. As a project manager, you got to understand that because you have family, your families have family responsibilities. Your team has family responsibilities. Sometimes they're going to have to be gone at a key time because, somebody just had an accident and all kinds of things. So if you get a little higher than data and truthful information, professional satisfaction, training, clarity, and stimulation in your mind and different ways. Now, what's against that is confusion, lack of information, because if people don't understand what to do, they're going to not do anything. So boredom, if it's repetitive task, it has to be done. Boredom can work against your achievement. Conflicting job requirements, like I work for this boss and I'm assigned to your project, and some things conflict. Maybe media and propaganda and distractions again, and then just not being part of the group and not being known by the group. Sometimes personal rewards, and then identity and creating good news about yourself and uplifting. That's uplifting and greater good. I'm do what's right regardless of the cost. Sometimes that's spiritual, or maybe it's a creative needs. And on the other side of that, maybe moral concerns, like I'm not sure we're doing the right thing. So what happens is your team is bouncing around all over here, right? Some people are different places. What you want to do is get them to the point where reality is what they're seeing. Not, got all this stuff pushing one way or the other. In reality, we're not where we're going to be. We're not where we want to be. We're just at a necessity. So did that make sense? Anybody like that? Okay, so now we're dealing with people, communication. We're starting to get closer to that because we're trying to communicate where we are, and we're fighting this force field analysis. Things are pushing us away from the change we're trying to make, and things are pushing us toward the change we're trying to make. So, and another way to look at reality is a perception of reality, easy for you to say. I do this every single time I get this slide, is often related to where our camera is focused. And so our reality is our perspective from what we see. And so we can't see. I always tell people, if we could just see the whole truth laid out on the table, we'd know exactly what to do. We'd have an opinion based on the truth and everything else, but we're just focusing that camera on what's in front of us. And there's a whole world around that camera we're not focusing on. So one way to think of that is one example of that is the Overton window. And the Overton window is broader than that because, and how many people heard of Overton window? Let me give you a thumbs up or thumbs down. Heard about it? Thumbs up. All right. Overton window is a really cool concept in that it gives you an idea of why things have changed over the years. So in this case, way back in 70s, computers didn't exist. Well, before 60s, computers didn't exist at all. So thinking there was a computer is just unthinkable. Only governments had computers. Well, they're expensive. It took up whole rooms and they did almost what my phone could do. Not quite. Matter of fact, they did type 10% of what my phone could do. And only governments had them and had to be really focused on that technology habit. So anybody else having it, like small businesses, that was unthinkable. And then it came where businesses started having it, right? And so now people had, I remember in the 80s, every business had a computer or starting to get a computer, but no one knew how to use it, And then only technical people used the computers. And then everyone in the business used computers. So now we're in the 90s, right? Or so. And then many families have them. But if we were here and we thought, well, every family's going to have one, and, this was unthinkable. No one has a computer. And this was unthinkable that, and no one even knew what AI was. And so then many families started getting them. I remember I got in a lot of trouble because I bought a Mac PowerBook and I needed it for work. But my wife didn't understand it. And she was an engineer also. So everyone has a computer. Now the window moved to everyone has a computer. Then children never knew there was a time when people didn't have computers, basically. Anything over here is just, unthinkable. And then now we're kind of over here where controls are integrated on everything, almost everything. That's, almost popular. Sounds sensible, that's where we are here. The window is shifted way over here. And then, AI is going to control everything. That's kind of radical, but, we're quickly moving that direction. So that's an Overton window. Anything over here is, so judging people by historical situations, you got to really understand, what was going on at the time. So I put this together and I tried to think of, well, this is hot now, the whole thing about democracies and socialism and everything else. So right now it looks popular that we go past the republic and into a democracy in some minds. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that this is kind of what happens. This thing rotates around and it kind of swings back and forth like it's still Overton window. But in this case, the Overton window kind of swings back and forth and this ball rotates and, democracy sometimes leads to socialism. And if you talk to Mussolini, he was that was actually the name of his party, the Fascist Party. And so, but that just meant that government controlled everything. And that, the communists and the fascists and the socialists were always fighting. So they were international globalists, and these were nationalists, and these nationalists believed that the nation was more important than the globe, and the globalists believed that everybody should be communist. So there was always fighting going on here, and they were called the left, and they were called the right. And then, what leads out of communism is a central dictatorship group, and then soon people overtake it and it becomes anarchy, and if they're lucky they jump back over into democracy, and republic is kind of unusual, but that just means that people vote on the laws and it's supposed to apply everybody equally, and this means something a little different like majority rule. And so the worst example of that would be like three wolves and a sheep decide what's for breakfast. And in a republic, they have a rule says, well, we're not going to eat each other, that kind of thing. And democracy, you can still have rules, and anyway, so this is rotating all over the place. So if we think about popular, sensible, acceptable, and radical, this is policies always going to be around here, but what we think is radical may one day be popular, so this thing spins around. And so if we added that to, the types of government, then that adds together. But the whole point is this is perception. This is the Overton window in a different form. And so that's one thing you got to think about. You know, where are we? Where are we in technology? Where are we in the way we treat people? You know, the Overton window applies to sex. It applies to racism. It applies to everything. You know, it's just one of those things that's that the window slides back and forth. And if you're on either side of that window, it's crazy, you know, at one time. All right, so that's just getting us to communication, because you're dealing with that when you're talking to people, right? You're dealing with their politics, you're dealing with their views on things, you're dealing with what's right in society and what's wrong in the society and everything else. All that's background information that's swirling around in people's heads. So our job is to bring this diverse group of people together and make them into something that gets the job done. So communication plan is there. So this is what's it looks like in the PMBOK guide. So if we look at this, we have the charter, we have the project management plan, we have the project documents, we have the enterprise environmental factors, we have organizational process assets, we have all those things we figured out a long time ago. We're using our expert judgment, we're using the requirements of the communication technology. It could be phones, it could be Zoom, it could be person to person, it could be I remember one of the technologies we used when I first started was a big whiteboard that you could actually print out what was on it, right? And that was high tech. So I was back in the 80s. High tech was we're all using the whiteboard, and then they push a button and it makes a copy of the whiteboard, and everybody can have this and we can run copies from it, right? Now we just take a picture. Now everybody take a picture of that. And so that's, you know, the technology's changed. Communication models and methods, and we'll talk a little bit about these, and interpersonal team skills and data and that kind of thing. So if we have all this, then we come up with a communications management plan. We update our project management plan. Remember, we're adding another section of the project management plan, and we're also updating other documents. So any questions so far? I went through and I threw you a big curve in reality and perception of reality and those kind of things. Is there anything you want to add to that, or anything you want to challenge, or anything you see differently? Michael, you got anything you want to say?
No, that covered a good bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to get through it fast too, because I know you guys. I'm trying to give you enough stuff to keep it interesting and enough stuff that's not in the book, you know, so that you'll be able to see it. So now the plan communications, this is what Rita McCahey had. You're going to determine, develop, approach, life cycle, and how will you plan, you know, communication, determine team charter and roles and responsibility and who can communicate what. Plan communication, stakeholder engagement, how are you going to keep them engaged? Go back and keep looking at that. This is all in the planning. And then finalize all management plans and develop realistic and sufficient project management plan and baselines. Think about how you're going to communicate reality. Think of how you're going to figure out what reality really is. And then, you know, all those kind of things in your plan. So the other issues related to communication that's in the book is talking about just some basic information about communication. So a lot of this information I actually put together in customer service for healthcare. So I'm going to go over some of that because the slides are kind of good, I think. So first off is think about written communication. And I also have an example of a communication plan that I can give you. I'll put that out on the, I'm way behind. I'm putting all these things up, but over a period of time, I'll try to do that this weekend. All right. So this is just, you see, this doesn't look like I mean, this is an Excel spreadsheet, right? So the way this company did it was they looked at their recording where the materials are. They're trying to figure out how to give the message to the right people, who needs to sign off on it, those kind of things, what channel they're going to use, who's a subject matter expert, the author of it, they're going to look at, other things related to that. So it gets a pretty in-depth plan, using Excel spreadsheet. Delivery methods. So this is how they're going to deliver it, and then this is a, example through a college. So it's campus wide, how they're going to give that information. And they even have, kind of a flow chart below it that kind of explains that. So I'll clean this up and make sure there's no information on it you shouldn't see, and then I'll put it up on the website. So the written part, it's basically a written plan, and I have examples that you probably the best way to do that is Google a communication plan, and then it'll give you an outline of how to do that. So here's something. Well, I'll tell you another story. So one of the things I did when I worked at SAIC was we developed the 5-year plan. And what's funny, Rob, you'll get a kick out of this. We developed the 5-year plan. And so 5 years before 2001, we had a 5-year plan. 4 years before 2001, guess what our 5-year plan turned into be? For before the year 2000, I should say. It became a 4-year plan. 3 years before 2000, it became a 3-year plan. 2 years before 2000, it became a 2-year plan, because no one knew what was going to happen after year 2000. And for some reason, Department of Energy wasn't even planning for it. And so I thought that was really odd. Looking back on it, you think it's just crazy. But at the time, I just said, man, why is this going from a 5-year to a 4-year to a 3-year to a 2-year plan? And it was crazy. So anyway, in this, they had all the scientists. Well, one of the documents we produced was all the scientists would go out and then give reports on everything they did. And this was public information, right? So it was restricted to just that information they could share with the public. When then they handed it to me, said, this is messed up. It's about that thick. It's every scientist at Oak Ridge Operations put their little 2 cents in it. And I started looking at it, and there were 117 word sentences, half the words you couldn't pronounce, because they're scientific in some nature, and then and on and on and on. And there were run-on sentences. There weren't full sentences, but they're 117 words long. And so I had to come up with some kind of rules of communication. And so I, being an engineer, I'm not the guy that can do that, right? So I got our team of technical writers together to come up with, okay, give us advice that we can give to the engineers and the scientists so they can write, good sentences. So here's what they came up with. Use the oldest, shortest words possible. Don't use utilize when use will do. Don't use a fad word when an older word takes its place. Spell out acronyms, use them sparingly, but I went further. I said, don't just spell it out the first report, spell it out every time you have a new chapter. Just start that chapter as a new one. Therefore, they don't have to go back and say, what does WXY mean? Because there's 16 different ways somebody's using WXY, and you're only thinking about your own expertise. So spell it out and use it. I worked for Department of Energy, Department of Defense, NASA, and healthcare. They all had the same acronym that meant 4 or 5. Well, there are 4 different companies they have. There's probably 8 different meanings for that same acronym, because some of them use the same acronym, because they lose track of what acronyms mean. So they come up with the acronym again. Use jargon sparingly with people who know it. So even euphemisms like, this is going to blow your mind. Well, in some countries that may be taken the wrong way. Some cultures may see that differently. Use complete but short sentences no longer than 17 words. So we had to take this 117 word sentence and make them down into shorter sentences that are no longer than 17 words. Now, not average, just no longer than 17 words. Keep messages short and specific. Break up long lists with bullets. Instead of having a sentence, a lot of these sentences are 120 words because they're listing things. We'll just make them bullets, and it's still, use white space, for example. Put the most important things up front. The way they do it in newspapers, they'll say, so-and-so got killed in a car accident, and then they'll explain it, And so put the most important things up front. It's kind of like, have you ever talked to somebody and they like to tell stories, and you're going to listen to 30 minutes before you figure out that the water's running upstairs, or something. And you could have shut off the water or something. And I don't have a specific example as the first thing came up. And reports use graphics along with words. Well, there's a time when I can't remember the name of it. You guys might know, but Martin Marietta, Lockheed Martin, had in their proposal, they're going to put the picture on one side and the words on the other side. And they're going to have every page like that so that you can either look at the picture, the flow chart, and you look at the words, because their thoughts were that half the people in the world get their information from pictures and the other half get it from graphics. So use the white space, use photos, use graphics, make things easy to read, do all but the coloring book, and trying to figure out how you can get the information across. Don't overdo or use meaningless formatting or graphics. So you're going to do that, but they got to be meaningful. So if you put as much as you can in, you don't have anything else, don't put it in. Don't use meaningless visual clutter either, like little loops and, cover and little monkey over here in the corner and a frog over, whatever. It's got to have meaning. Tone is important in written communications. So watch your tone. People just think of the worst. People are going to think the worst a lot of times. Have a clear objective. One thing I had put here, but a lot of times if you think of an hourglass, you're taking the whole world to the point you're trying to make. You're going to go along that point, and at the end of it, you're going to drop the world back off, drop the reader back off into the world. So you're going to take something very general, bring it to something specific, go down this route, and then go general again at the end, close the loop. Clearly state action items. If it's needed, you might highlight it, you might bold it, but you got to show people what they need to do, bulletize it, and maybe say it a couple of times. Make action items and deadlines in there. Resolve conflict orally, not in writing. So if there's a conflict, you're not saying, you did this to me, blah, 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 write out. You might write it out to yourself, but don't send it in email. Write it out to yourself, go talk to them orally, get on the phone, go face to face, solve the conflict, and then document it, if you're going to do that. So to me, that is not easy to do. I mean, because being a technical person, I had to learn how to do that, right? All right, so we're right at lunchtime. Let's take a 30-minute break. Everybody happy with that? Happy today? All right, we'll go forward when we get back. All right, we got a minute left. Mia, I see you showed up. I was missing you.
I made it.
I know. I thought I saw you, and then I thought we got on and you dropped off, and I said, "Where'd Mia go?" I thought I lost you.
No, I sent you an email and said I had an appointment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually have to read emails? Okay.
I'm here for the duration, I think.
All right.
Okay.
Looks like we got less than a minute left, and we'll just get started right on time. See, Rob's back. I see Ray's thumb up. Rob's kind of, he's back, but he's not really sure he's back. Or
No, that's wings up for all us
oh.
Tech alumni.
Gotcha. All right. Looks like we're right on time. All right, so this rest stuff should be pretty fun because it's more or less, it's not technical, not a whole lot of hard information to learn. We're in the executing phase, and we're going to talk about communication. A lot of that has to do with fun stuff. It's the soft side of everything. And so we'll get into that. So here we are, implementation. It also works whenever we're talking about, problem solving, those kind of things. So now we're in the process group of executing, the life cycle of implementing / executing, whatever you want to call that. We're in the communication, still in the knowledge area. And here's where we are. So manage communication. We go in and the PMBOK says we need to have all of these things available to us as inputs. We're also looking at technology. So that's, again, is the phone, apps, Zoom calls. It's anything that Rob does that he knows about in his IT world. It's communication methods. That could be in person, could be groups in different ways. The skills, that's what we're going to talk about a little bit. And we talked a little bit about that when it comes to writing, the written skills. Let's see, project management, information systems, and all that stuff. So output is the project communications itself, the updates to the plan, the updates to the documents, and the operational process assets updates. That could be anything that your company uses. If we look at McCahey, she would say this about it. She would say that all of these things are related to managing communication, and that's in your book. Your book goes into a lot of things. This is the most technical part of the communication whole issue. I mean, there's other things too you may be able to say, but they're more soft skills. So this formula is the different channels. If you have two people, you basically have one link, right? You're talking back and forth. Why did I put two there? But anyway, you have one. And so, oops, go back. I'm lost. Okay. All right. So you have one. So I should fix that. Let me do that now. So if you printed out the layout, then go in and fix that. And I'm going to do it real quick just so that you guys do this on your own, or the printout you have. Let's make sure I'm right now. So what is two people minus one equals what? 1 times 1 and divide by half. Oh, that didn't work out. So if we look at 3, let's try it with the 3. That would be 3. Make sure that, let's make sure that's right, because I'm thinking, somebody look that up in your Rita McCahey book and make sure I didn't write down. So it'd be 3 times 3 equals 6 divided by 2 equals 3. That works out good. All right, so now over here it's 4 people. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So if you count them, that's one way to do it. But if you get a bunch of people, it's harder to count. You see that? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So somebody do the math and tell me what 8 turns out to be. How many different channels do you have? You can count them. I tried to connect them just to show you how complicated it gets. Yeah, that's 2. I was thinking 1. So that's 2. 2 minus 1 equals 1. 2 times divided by 2. Yeah, that's right. some reason my mind didn't work for a minute. All right, so how many channels you got? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different people. And I might have screwed up the drawing somehow. So, I could have added something in there. Anybody got it? I'm not reading my.
28.
28. So 28, that sounds right. It looks kind of right, doesn't it? So that's how you do that. That's probably the most technical thing related to this on the whole test. So when we talk about communication, we're talking about listening. That's a big part of it. We're talking about verbal messages and nonverbal messages. This is the kind of the fun part, right? So at levels of active listening, there's a basic acknowledgement, there's silence, there's questions, there's paraphrasing, there's reflection on reflective listening. So yes, somebody has something to say? Rob? Okay.
No, that's burping.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Active listening, level 1, basic acknowledgement. I see you. There's an African saying that is often connected to this, and that is and I don't know which part of Africa, but it was the whole point was to actually acknowledge somebody is very important. If we're in healthcare, there's an aided tool that goes along, and that A is how, customer service, and the A stands for acknowledge. Greet people with a smile, use their names if you know them. Attitude is everything here. You're trying to see people like this little squirrel's trying to see you. Create a lasting impression and make their day. That's all part of the added thing. So now, way to acknowledge, use names, but don't abuse them. Now, one way I did, now this is some stupid thing I did when I used to work out all the time, and I had a bunch of workout buddies. And there's one guy named Christopher, and every time I'd see him, it says, "Hey, Christy." I'd butcher his name. I'd call him Christy all the time, and we'd banter. But I noticed one time going in, I said, "Hey, Christy," and I saw the look on his face. So what I thought was just us giving each other a hard time, he took it the wrong way. He took it not the way I intended it. He didn't like his name being abused. So don't abuse somebody's name. That's when I realized, at that moment, I realized what I did and what effect it was having on him. And I immediately stopped it, immediately apologized. But we all do stupid things. We all come from our own little worlds, and we all see things in our own little ways. So oftentimes we have to think about what we are doing that might hurt somebody else. But if you use their names, it gives you instant credibility. You'll have their attention because they like hearing their names. It shows, in this case, customer, but you're thinking internally too, to your own people, shows them they're important to you and makes you look professional. Let's see. Next one, pronounce names correctly. I gave you an example what not to do. Use often, establishes a reinforced relationship, and people like it. Okay. What's the next thing? Active listening, step 2, silence. Face the speaker and maintain eye contact, actually look at it. I remember I was looking at complaints at the doctor's offices when I was doing continuous improvement for the doctor's offices. And one of the complaints I read went something like this. It says, I walked up to the front desk. I was only 3 feet away from 3 different people. The whole time I was there for like 10 minutes. The whole time for there, not one person looked at me. And so that would be an example. There's a Native American story where this is a story that goes down that's kind of related to this, that this mission group went to visit some Native American Indians, and they were concerned that they were talking with them and they were staying silent the whole time. They were listening, but they were silent, and there wasn't a whole lot of rapport going on. And so they thought they failed miserably getting their story out. The next day, there's all kinds of communication. They were very talkative. They had questions. They had challenges and other things. And so one of the missionaries said something like this. Well, I don't understand. Yesterday, you're silent and we thought that we failed. And today you have all kinds of good feedback and all kinds of things based on what we're telling you. And the story they got was in their culture, it was important to listen without speaking until you can understand, have time to digest that information. And it's seen as being polite to have that feedback after you had time to digest it. So the moral of that story is use silence. You know, don't over talk somebody. This is something my 12-year-old could learn, because every time I start talking, he's talking, you know, at the same time. And if we can both master the point of listening to each other and being silent at critical points, then that's important too. Minimize external, internal distractions. Again, we go back to the phone, which is distracting. You know, you can talk to somebody and somebody's on the phone the whole time, and I'm as guilty as anybody. Engage yourself, be there. That's a good, important point. Be in the moment. Focus solely on what the speaker is saying, especially during complaints. And you want to make sure, a good way to think of this, we'll get to this next, but you're getting to the point where you can explain the situation better than they're explaining to you. You know, you've listened to the point where it makes sense. And later on, we'll talk about feedback and that kind of things. Avoid letting the speaker know how you might handle the situation, because when you're listening, right, you're being silent. So you're trying to listen and you're not trying to solve the problem. And understand from you know, people I've been related to, that trying to solve their problem isn't necessarily what they want, you know, during that listening part. I want you to listen. Level 3, asking questions. Allow time for the answer, you know, and, you know, ask questions and allow time. Don't just assume. Types of questions are closed-ended, open-ended, direct, probing, and hypothetical. You might want to use all of those techniques. Like let's say that we're trying to improve a situation and it's related to process flow. And so we might say, well, hypothetically, if we were to add 2 new printers here, would that increase the flow, or did that have any effect at all? And you just probe, you know, a little deeper. Level 3, continued power asking questions. Questions require additional information. So if you ask a question, then it gives you time to think and them to think. It may stimulate further thought. And when handling correctly, questions put you in temporary control. So if you want to feel like you are losing control, you may want to start asking questions. You know, ask implies that you're interested. Let's see. And also it kind of, all of these overflow into the other. So paraphrasing, I use this a lot when I'm working with project teams. I'll say, okay, here's what I think I heard you say. And then I'll explain it out, especially when it comes to trying to work together and try to find an answer to a business solution that I don't really fully understand. And then they may say, no, that's not it. Here's what it is. And we just keep going through this. Okay. All right. Based on that, here's what I think I was wrong in my assumption. Here's what I think you're saying now. And you go through that process. This is extremely powerful when somebody's reporting to you, because you want to hear them say the words that you want them to hear. Because in 3 weeks, when you ask them to do something that's right on your schedule, they may come back and say, well, I never understood what you asked, you know, and that's typical. I mean, that's typical. It may not be everybody do that, but if there's a problem with communication, that's a typical problem, you know. Be sure you heard what was said. Be sure they heard what was said also. So think about this 2 ways. Goal is to restate in a clear, concise manner in a way the speaker feels is correct. So I'm trying to explain back to them better than they explained it to me. And I'm trying to make their point for them before I go first. Seek first to understand, then to be understood. That's one of the 7 habits of highly effective people. Seek first to understand, then to be understood. Reflect what the speaker is telling you in your own words. You know, use different words. Make sure that you're using the same words. One of the biggest arguments I had in the project and it's happened more than once with the same word, is the word systems. So I was working on a project one time and we we're trying to describe what we we're going to do. And I said systems, subsystems, and all that made perfect sense to me. There was an industrial engineer there that thought about systems when it was people working and equipment and all working together in one system. There was a chemical engineer that talked about systems related to material flowing through pipes. There's a couple IT people there. Then they thought about systems strictly in IT terms. You know, there wasn't a system out there. It wasn't IT, you know, and I was thinking about the whole picture, and it had a little bit of everything in it. And it just made perfect sense to me that, you know, IT can be a subsystem of a mechanical system, and another mechanical system can be a subsystem of an IT system. So it gets complicated, right? So you have to define the words that you're using and what they mean before you can go forward. Because we spent a good hour, a heated hour talking about that, and none of us understood. We're all bypassing the conversation, and it was very heated, and it was just over the word system. And another, I mean, that same word popped up 3 other times. One was related to I was saying, well, you know, I'm a systems engineer. I went to a systems engineering school. I'd studied industrial and systems engineering, 3 different places. I'm a systems engineer. That's what I do. But when I was talking to an IT person, I said, you can't be a systems engineer because you're not IT. And so it just, you know, it's a whole philosophy is different. The word is that complicated. Back in the early days when I worked at SAIC, they were saying, well, we need to market systems, you know, systems engineering. And they brought everybody together, had systems engineering in their title. Well, half of them are IT and half of them are somebody else, right? And so everybody's crossed, no one knew what systems were, no one knew what systems engineering was. And I had to break it down. I said, let's think about the core competencies. This is the core competencies under this category and under this category, and some of them match together. We're really matching core competencies. So we had to go through and define those words. Let the person know you're listening and help them lower tension, you know, in the conflict. So what's the next one? Paraphrase and continue. Rules of paraphrasing. Let the speaker finish and indicate what you think they said. Ask for confirmation. If correct, continue. If not, keep going for clarification. And you guys have to understand. So active listening is reflective listening. Rob, you'll like this picture. And so the emotional side, let your whole expression match the message, show empathy. You're not necessarily, you know, you can really mess something up by rolling your eyes or something else. You want to make sure that you feel the way they feel in your expression so you can get to the bottom of something, right? And you can talk. All right, verbal messages. We talked about verbal. All right, so I went to Washington one time, and we had the reports that I was Oak Ridge operations. I was one of the Oak Ridge operations contingency, right? And so I was in charge of the 5-year plan, and then we had to go to Washington and report it. The very first plan they picked up, and they talked about, the person in front of the place said verbal. They mean oral. And so after that, every operation was there, and they're all presented a 5-year plan, and the people in charge immediately took ours and tore it apart over one word, verbal. They said they meant to say oral. Verbal means any way you use the words. You can use smoke signals and Morse code. You could use English words, Greek language, Spanish, and you could write it and you could put it on television. You know, any way you use the words is verbal, right? Oral means you speak it, right? So just that one word caused the whole conference to just take a couple of steps back, because everybody was afraid of that criticality being spread across their 5-year plan. But anyway, I remember that because that was one of the stripes you take that you have to learn from. So so when we talk verbal, we're talking about dialogue and face-to-face and phones and text and written and everything else. So if we think about dialogue, there's the intended style, there's the style difference and the perceived style. So you have different people. Remember when I showed you that Overton window, there's your Overton windows may not match, right? So you may have a certain view of something, someone else may have a certain view of something, and your styles may not match either. Like I have friends that they're very confrontational. One of my best friends is a Chief Master Sergeant. I think that's the right title for a Marine Corps. He spent his whole, career there, and he just, with me and him together, it's kind of like I'm the only one that's ever given him a hard time, and he loves it, but he will give me a hard time. He'll call me names and I'll call him names back. And that's just, that's the styles difference we're trying to match. That's not how I normally talk. I'm pretty sensitive, but with this guy, I'm as least sensitive as I can be. And we'll be walking down the street and he'll, we're walking side by side and he'll shove me right before I get to a pole, and I'll, end up into the pole or something. He's just the way he is. He's full of testosterone. And so that, you have to kind of perceive the people you're talking to. All right, I'm going to put this back on. All right, so let me fix this again. All right, so now this is the interpersonal communication cycle, and this is kind of how it works. There's person A, person B. So you have to prepare what you're thinking in your mind. This happens in split seconds and sometimes longer, but then you're preparing to transmit it. You actually give this information, this message to the next person. And so you're explaining this, and now you're soliciting a response, right? So over time, this person has to receive the information, has to interpret what you actually said. Remember, there's all kinds of ways they're coming from a different place. They may have a different cultural background. They may have different pains in their life, and they may see you in different lights. So that people often put you in boxes in their mind. We judge people not by the way they are, but we judge people by the way we are, by our experiences. So we got to keep that in mind. So they're preparing their response. They're transmitting their response. They're giving us information. Now they're expecting a response or giving us a response, giving us feedback. And then now they're soliciting our response, right? So we receive it, we interpret it, and all this is going on, So we just took a simple conversation and convoluted it, right? made it, this probably you've seen it before. Now what we don't have here is this thing in the middle. These are all the filters and the noises going on. So, what are the distractions? What are we thinking? What's our background? What's our language issues? What's our degree of education, our degree of what ages we are? All these things become noises and filters, and they build barriers between people. So we have to know this is happening, and we have to be prepared, in some easy way to get through that. Any questions? Anybody seen this in real life? Michael, I'm gonna pick on you. And then Alex, I'm gonna pick on you.
See it every day.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, you can see it in every conversation you have on Facebook. I keep going back to Facebook because that's the big thing, and LinkedIn and other places, but you can also see it in your day-to-day life, and you can see it in what's going on in politics and everywhere else. Alex, you have any good thoughts? Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, this has gotten even more complicated with the new Zoom culture that we're in right now, where we used to have face-to-face meetings where communication was a little better, but now that everyone's having meetings over Zoom, the quality of communication and the understanding of the communication has become even more difficult.
Yeah. Well, for the last 10 years, almost every project team meeting I've had has been on WebEx, and WebEx or Zoom now. And just because I was dealing with people all across the country. So I don't see it as much as you do, Michael, because it's kind of like now it's my, I just haven't seen anything. I haven't seen face-to-face meetings in 10 years. Yeah, so
Well, and not to say it can't be done over Zoom, because obviously it can, but if you've got a culture where you're used to face-to-face and then all of a sudden overnight you're utilizing Zoom,
yeah, that's a good point.
you start losing things. And I saw that comment from Ray, and Ray and I are on a particular project where an intermediary that we have to work with, we'll just say, has a hard time understanding either of us, and then the communication becomes a little difficult. But I'll leave it there.
Ray, you had a comment. Could you share it? Or I mean, it doesn't have to be, details.
Not really. But we, like he said, we have a individual who, when you tell them one thing, they take away from it just about every time the complete opposite that you're trying to go for, and it's at some points it just becomes quite comical.
Yep. So. Having them reiterate what you're saying until you get to the point where you can document it and everybody understands it, that might be, an example. Whether it works for everybody or not, it's just an example of how you might do that.
We do that quite a bit, where we'll do a talk back at the end, just to pull it back. We'll say, let's be clear, what exactly are you committing to? And have that person, whoever said, say exactly what they're committing to. So then we can do pivots. And we keep doing that until they get it right, which the first few times are very painful. But after a while, people get used to that rhythm and rigor. And then they start saying exactly what they're going to be doing. It helps the meetings move along faster.
Yeah.
And got commitments.
Yeah. And documenting that, and putting that in the response and highlighting different people's names and things like that, what they responded to, what they're going to do. And then, tracking it, it becomes important too at that point. Alex, I was picking on you and I didn't get to you yet. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, I don't have anything to add.
Well, we covered it pretty good. Between Blake gave you a thumbs down. You gotta add something. So I'll put you on the spot, Alex. The moment you have a thought about something I'm saying, interrupt me and give me that thought. Okay. You're on the spot now.
Sure.
All right. Let's see. So now the next one, I'm just playing with you too. See, dialogue, communication barriers. So there's emotions and feelings. There's pain and sadness. There's the status, titles, and roles. This is a big deal. Sometimes you think somebody, you give them, you're a little more in, well, let's look at it this way. Barriers to interpersonal skills, difference in values. All right, so it just goes on. So sometimes you might give them a little leeway because they're the president of the company or whatever. Sensitivity, perceptions, this big deal, because perceptions, and we talked about that at the beginning. That's a big deal. We're managing perceptions, and it's based on all those things we talked about, in that Maslow hierarchy, even. Tendency to evaluate, social media, tech, all of this stuff. Barriers to interpersonal skills, difference in values, lack of trust. Even when we think there's a difference in values, there may not be a difference in values. You see this a lot of times with Republicans and Democrats and people on different sides. They're saying the same thing in some cases, not every case. Everybody wants their family to be safe. Everybody wants their people to be respected and everything else. It's just that, the difference in values may even be the same. It's just how they apply those values, and something may be different. And then there's, some people are just as different as night and day on that within the same group. And that confuses the people who are more alike. Most people want good things for other people. Most people want everybody be treated the same. Most people want their families be safe. Most people want a bunch of stuff. They just see things differently and been, whatever. Lack of trust. We talked a little bit about that before in that layers. Defensive communication. For example, there's lots of attacks go on without getting to the whole point. You can tell when it becomes very emotional and becomes very personal, you're just at the wrong place. unawareness of the impact of their communication style. You know, some people don't see it. And especially, you know, some people are, some people's don't see the impact of their tone. And if you think of autism, you know, it'd be an example. I have a couple of good friends who are very highly functioning autism, you know, on the spectrum, but they're like Spock. You know, they're smart, they're actually very intelligent, but their emotional level is like Spock, you know, on it's just they don't see that the words they're saying are very hurtful in some cases. And that's not everybody.
Craig.
Yes.
One communication style that I see a lot is being passive aggressive, and I don't know, it's a really infuriating way to get a point across when somebody's doing something wrong or something you would like for them to change. You know, writing little notes and sticking them in drawers that say "Don't move my pens" and stuff like that. And I see that a lot where I work, and it causes a lot of talking behind each other's backs, and nobody wants to address any kind of communication issues.
Yeah, and you know, I got a good example of that one too. And so here's an example. I like to throw out all these examples, things that I've done and done to me. That way you don't have to, if you have one, you'll know that you're not alone. But I was working for NASA. I was and I worked for Department of Energy before that. So I went to work at NASA as an organizational development coordinator, right? And then we were working with the Air Force. When the Air Force, NASA, and DOE was trying to come together and create a science center where all the scientists would work together on, you know, great, wonderful things. And so I was representing, I was a facilitator for Nashville, and for NASA, and I was representing how to do portfolio management. So all these different wonderful science projects, which one do we pick? That was it. So we're working together, and the Air Force facilitator, we're at his facility in Tullahoma, and one of my good friends from DOE was the other facilitator. We knew each other for 13 years, right? And so I was there, and the Air Force guy hated me. And so he called me every name but my name throughout the whole time. And he would just do the passive aggressive things, you know. And my friend from DOE was, I mean, it just kind of went over my head. It's kind of like, you know, water off the duck's back. It just, I didn't realize he was doing it. And I just figured, oh, I just correct him all the time and related to it. But he would sabotage what I was doing in his own way. For some reason, he didn't like me. And it wasn't anything other than he just didn't like me, I guess. But she was insulted by it. So every time there was a vote, she would vote on whatever I had to say. And I was always right and he was always wrong. But so they had a little passive aggressive thing going on. And she had to set me aside later and say, well, he's doing passive aggressive things to you, and here's what he's doing. And I said, it doesn't matter. You know, I'm getting paid for doing what I'm doing. And as long as it doesn't affect me, I don't care. You know? But the whole point is that stuff does go on. And Alex, you're exactly right. Language barriers. So we have language barriers. You know, one example, I was training a bunch of German people in Michigan, right? So now I'm speaking my kind of less than polished Southern, you know, background type words. And the Germans were not used to that. They're used to the Michigan dialect, you know, as far as how they spoke, their accents and everything else. And it was really hard. There was an extra language barrier. And because a lot of times people in the South aren't even looked at on the same level as some people in the North. So I had to fight that whole thing. Games people play and other things, stresses and other negative phrases, a lot of stuff there. So, but you get to the general idea. So now let's think about just the differences in people. So we're going to look at generational stuff first. So this is all, generation GI, generation X, generation what, this, that, and the other. So here's generation, the GI, some people call these different things like greatest generation, but this is before the greatest generation. This is children of World War I generation, and these people don't exist anymore, really, in the workforce. So, but when you're talking to them, customer level, it may be make more sense. Mature silence, and this is the generation. You probably don't see a lot of them in the workforce either. Let's see, stage set for greatest generation, but this will give you a point. So this will give you a point of view. So when we talk about the greatest generation, this is kind of what was going on in their childhood. And there's other ways to look at it too, but stock market crash, Great Depression, World War I, World War II, their family, their parents, maybe. December 7th means a lot to them, different colors. The war breaks down, some cultural boundaries, and everyone smokes. Everyone just grew up with guns, and you'd find a gun in every high school, as far as in the truck or whatever. Camping, fishing, hunting is how they grew up. They all had outhouses at one time, or experienced that. And so this is kind of what you look at. Now just look at the numbers. Well, we do an exercise. Baby boomers. So here's a bunch of stuff with the baby boomers. Here's still the baby boomers. Here's that same list with the baby boomers. Here's that same list with the baby boomers. So if we were to look at just the length of the list, it got more complicated, right? And so now here's what the baby boomers experienced: the Korean conflict, their families, muscle cars. I had a 69 Hurst Olds, if anybody knows what that is, in high school. That was a 10-year-old car when I was in high school, but it had a 455 in it. And during the, gas gauge and the speed, they would kind of meet, kind of out of gas, but it would cruise at 110. But you get off 110, it would just be like because it's all engine. There was no smooth transition. It was all engine. So the suburbs are becoming more Vietnam. Tet Offensive body counts are on television all the time. Tet Offensive is when the war changed. We actually won that, but at that point, people saw the body counts and saw what was happening. And at that point, we won the war if we were to push forward, because that's when the North Vietnamese was going to give up, and we lost. Not that we should be in there in the first place, but that's a lot of stuff going on there. TV, it all happened on TV, black and white TV channels, 3 channels. John F. Kennedy got shot. Martin Luther, I moved to Memphis the month Martin Luther King was shot. And I lived in Fraser, and I remember that really well because my dad was a Holiday Inn innkeeper, and this was happening in a hotel, and this was a big thing, big deal. This was all these 3 things together are all kind of related. And so, it's then you don't forget it. And then Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, everybody's Boy Scout, everybody's Girl Scout. Space happens. Sex and drugs and rock and roll's Woodstock. Let's see, civil rights, women's movement, Black Power, and KKK was a real thing, with the baby boomers. This was happening, and we don't see a lot of that right now as far as actual what was going on. And churches are being burned, people are being killed, things were happening. Busing started. Peace, after Vietnam. Less trust in government, less conservative, more liberal, lost memory, high cool, far out. I don't know. Anyway, sexual revolution, all these things were happening. If we look at drugs, it went from beer and alcohol to marijuana to more bigger jugs, and then later on, it went to cocaine, then it went to crack, and now it's And each time it becomes kind of an upward curve. And all this is happening, and these people are witnessing this. So when you're talking to a group, you're thinking about this. Israel, they saw Israel being born or heard about it, you know, basically. And the Middle East wars, the 7-Day War, everybody carries a pocket knife school. You know, everybody carries a knife school. Everybody has a gun in their gun rack, you know, in the South. Just the way it was. Let's see, and then X generation. So look at, there's all these things are happening, right? But if you look at just the list, then this is the kind of things they witnessed. So we went from 1 page to 2 pages to 3 pages of me just brainstorming with different classes, and they're coming up with these ideas. In each case, it's not the generation that caused this, happened this. This is what they experienced. This is the stage that was set for this generation. The people who set the stage, the people invented the drugs, the people invented the music, were the generation before them. So they were actually selling the drugs to these kids. You know, they're actually selling the music to these kids and everything else. So this is what they're experiencing. Nixon, Watergate, car phones. That's, you know, they saw that. Personal computers began, color TV, latchkey kids, 2-parent incomes, overnight housing prices double. Oh, this is interesting. When the law came out that you could not take the head of the household's income alone in order to qualify a loan, overnight house prices doubled. So they thought they were doing something really good, but the unintended consequences was it ricocheted and caused other things. Broken homes, Grenada, into Vietnam, first defeat, Elvis dies, you know, Apollo missions succeed, layoffs, downsizing, family breakdowns, worst drugs was crack, you know, cocaine during this time. Cold War, it's basically a covert World War III going on. Made in China was getting bigger. Suicide bombers started. AIDS and STDs just went out of control. They saw Ebola. X Games, extreme sports, you know, you actually get hurt in those things. Star Wars, high crimes in high school or drugs, alcohol, gangs, rapes start to happen in school, weapons and killings. It didn't happen before, at the level. You know, I'm sure there's always exceptions. Dr. Dobson, moral majority, Iran, they took 50 hostages. Worst drugs, crack, Cold War. I think they said that over. So give you an idea. So now the next generation, all right, just look at the list. So there's, last time was 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages of complication. You know, so now we're about 5 pages into it. You know, if we look at religious symbols are taken out of everything. You know, Jerry Springer was hot then. Enron, art dumbed down. I put that in because, you know, art becomes less of classical music's very complicated, but you can get to other things that aren't complicated, like electronic stuff. So Iraq, Iran, Desert Storm, all this during that time, oil crisis, very urban, more so than in the past. And then smoking becomes more in women and blue collar men instead of everybody. They're exposed to sexual issues at earlier ages, more STDs. You know, the words illegal aliens become marriage under attack, all these things. So the children are playing out on a stage that was set by the generations before them. And this is what they're dealing with, you know, give you an idea. And so the next generation, I don't know how much further I went. But all these examples came from students like you guys. They started, yeah, I didn't go that far. So, so now we're not only dealing with, you know, men and women issues, we're dealing with all the transgender issues now, but we're also dealing with the different generations. The older generations are falling out of the workforce, we still have baby boomers and the other generations. And so you can see that there's barriers set up between this communication, right? And so that's pretty heavy stuff. Anybody want to talk about that? Tim, I haven't heard from you, I don't think, or maybe I have, I just forgot.
No, I mean, it seems like a good description of all the different generations. I've seen the lines drawn differently, but the things that they experience seems correct.
Yeah, I don't, people say that, they talk about the generations in negative ways, but if you think about it, they're just playing on a stage set for them. And it's not necessarily anything that they grew up with, they had a part in. They just were sold that stuff, and this stuff was happening around them. And it's not pretty, a lot of times. It's pretty. You think about the attitudes related to sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and just the messages. If you think about the 60s and rock and roll and the 70s and rock and roll and compare it to the 2000, what would be considered the hot music of 2020, then the innocence of it is just not, you can't compare it. And so anyway, so if you get a 3-year-old growing up in that environment, and a 5-year-old and a 6-year-old and a 10-year-old all the way up to, high school, that's what they're dealing with. And it's hard for us to deal with it, right? And so, you have to kind of come from it from that point of view. If we're mature and we're trying to live in this world together, then we have to understand that people come from different places.
I think that speaks to the suicide rates that our young people are reflecting right now too.
Yeah.
Just the pace of life and the number of negative factors that they have access to and have to readily deal with.
Yeah, and you look at the anonymity in, all the stuff that's going on electronically, right? The games and people, and they're pedophiles that are ganging up on this. I have someone, you mentioned suicide. I have someone very close to me. I don't want to tell you the whole story, but she almost committed suicide at a very young age. She was being recruited by like 13, she'd been recruited by a 30-year-old and, from a different state, and being groomed to become a sexual, at an early age with this 30-year-old man. She almost committed suicide. She had to go through several iterations. I mean, she's still in counseling, still taking drugs, things like that. And nothing really happened other than online bullying, online predators. Never, it wasn't a physical attack other than, knowing a lot about this person's story. Later on, she was physically attacked, but it's because of how she put herself in danger, how she, and it was all from online sources, and, and that's what our kids are dealing with now. If you want to find a predator, and a predator, being someone that'll take advantage of a young girl or a young boy, and you look at the amount of missing children, and you look at all trafficking and everything else going on, it's a big deal. But the predators gravitate toward where the kids are. So in churches, that's where you'll find the predators. They'll be trying to get into the ministry of dealing with kids, and not just churches, but I got 3 examples of churches, and it's, it's just terrible because what's on the surface is not what's real. If you're trying to do something evil, you're going to give yourself a really good name everybody can agree with. You're going to call yourself something like Society for the Good of Children, something like that. The moment you see something like that, you should say, that's interesting. It could be the worst case instead of the best case. And you got to compare it. Whatever that name is, that's not the group. That's the group's trying to turn over something. You just start there until you can prove that it is what they say that it is. And we're just so naive sometimes. We take on things like that. I had somebody reach out to me one time, and I had bad vibes, but he was a predator, and I was trying to talk to him for, I was trying to, through churches, you go out and you find the worst people in society and you try to make them into better people, but you can really step into dangerous situations like that. So anyway, we just went down a dark path, but let's take it out of that. Let's get back to personality types. There's about 100 different personality tools out there. This is one of them, the DISC profile. How many people see thumbs up related to how many people understand that DISC profile? All right, good. So it boils down, we're not going to go through it, but this is actually something, dominance is what it sounds like, is kind of what your tendency is. Influencer or influence would be outgoing, and you like people. And steadiness, you're kind of have some things over here, and then conscientious, so that's what the DISC profile stays for. Some people are more introverted, some people are more extroverted, and that's kind of the goal. So if you were thinking about the D would be, they want to make decisions fast, and so what they need an opportunity to take charge, new challenges, they need opportunities, accomplish things, and variety of activities, that kind of thing. If you look at the I, then they need recognition, opportunity for social interaction. They need freedom to be themselves, relax in formal workplaces, things like that. So these are people that not only have the ages, not only have this difference in sexual differences, which there are, and not only do you have this, but you also have personality types that makes it's kind of a factorial effect. A whole bunch of everybody's different. Everybody's a snowflake basically. And what I mean to say is everybody has kind of like a pattern in the personality of a snowflake, not that they melt easily, and what that means today, I guess. But things, what steadiness, things go smoothly, limited change, working with others, they have their own things. Conscientious, they chance to get observed, to observe new people carefully before they start interacting with them. So it may be a little bit more guarded on how they come across. And you're going to have a combination of all this stuff in every team you have. So this side's people-oriented, this side's task-oriented, this side's shyer, and this side's more outgoing. That's kind of how it lays out. And if you go through a DISC profile, then you'll find out, where you fit in all of this and what percentages of each, and then it gives you an idea of how they work together. So now let's get to nonverbal. We only got a few minutes left, right? So let's see. So it's personal grooming, tone of voice, that's nonverbal. Facial expressions. You could probably come up with each one of these ideas, what these people represent. This one person can have different facial expressions and mean different things, right? And smiles are important. The effects of smiling is really good physically for you. There's all kinds of good things related to that. There's body language issues, and I'm going fast now because we got like a few minutes. So eye contact, powerful body language, eye contact can mean different things. Don't be this guy, then also, I like this eye contact. So you have all kind. You can read this later, but so define your role. All right. So body language further. So what are they telling you? Blank stare, head resting on palm. What is this guy telling you? If you saw one of your team members look like this, face expression, what do you think? Come on, this is a test.
Maybe they're bored. Maybe they're tired. Maybe they're
bored, tired. All right, what about this guy?
Stressed, overwhelmed.
upset, stressed, overwhelmed. All right, this guy.
Headache.
Could be. How about displeased, confused? How about these people?
Could care less.
Not listening. How about this one?
Friendly.
Hey, good. What about this one?
Thinking.
Evaluating. All right, what about this?
Scared.
Yeah, see, this isn't rocket science, is it? But this is what all this stuff means. What about this one?
Guilty.
Hiding something. What about this one? Look at this statement. Behind every man, there's a woman rolling her eyes.
Whatever.
Disbelief. How about this guy? I don't know. I just threw that one in. To close, comfortable personal spaces, certain amount. Watch how you touch people. Certain things are inappropriate. Probably the most appropriate thing if you're trying to get their attention is maybe their hand, wrist, or elbow, below the elbow. It's non-threatening. Positive signs, moving in, leaning closer, relax, uncrossed arms, long periods of eye contact, maybe, looking down and away and out of shyness, genuine smiles, these kind of things. And so, like I said, all of this stuff is more or less common sense. So what I'm going to do, we're going to stop here. You have the slides. I went through it as quickly as I could and without, missing too much. And I think that we covered a lot of stuff. We went through communication. We went through and covered some of the empowerment and the motivation I wanted to cover last time. Expectancy theory is, I think, you'll see most. And I think that's it. Any questions? One thing I want to make sure you understand is that when you're talking to people, this isn't a pass or fail class. Each one of the assignments are you either do it or you don't, right? So don't get it confused with pass or fail, and don't communicate it that well, just so you know. And everybody's getting a grade, but it's going to be related to, the assignments you turn in. And basically you turn in assignments, you get 100% for doing that. If you miss a couple, I'll give you another chance to cover up anything you missed and add that too. So any questions?
Yeah, Craig, I don't see a discussion this week. Is that right?
We should have discussion every week, but when in doubt, just assume we had it. I mean, I'm assuming that we're having it now. So I'm looking just to make sure everybody's participating in some way.
Well, it just doesn't show up in the assignments like it had been. I just want to make sure I don't miss it.
Omkar, can you fix that, please?
Yes, Professor, I'll do that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Omkar, without him, I don't know what I would do. I got busy enough where it makes him a very valuable member. All right, so we got less than 5 minutes now. Why don't you take a break? Anybody wants to hang around and talk can do that. But I know that you have some other people coming on. Harris, are you there? Should have got to him sooner. All right, I just wanted to see who else was there. All right, I will talk to you guys next week. I really like seeing your happy faces and the symbols of your thumbs up. That was really cool. All right. See you later. Bye.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Better now.
All right. Can you hear me well?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, great. Did you finish the other lecture?
Yes, yeah, we just wrapped up about 2 minutes ago.
All right, let's do the usual. So 1:35 and we'll start. You can see my screen, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Great. All right. Just to catch up, we're gonna finish with the last lecture materials, and then we'll jump into the topic that we have to cover for today. So
Do you have what you're going to cover for today posted yet?
Sorry?
The material you're going to cover for today, is there supposed to be a posting out there?
Yeah, it should be active now.
Okay.
You probably have to refresh the screen or log out and log back in.
Enrique, are we going to go over the schedule for the rest of the semester?
Yes. Yeah, we'll just finish this and we'll check on the schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Also, do you have an idea of when we'll see the grades for the simulation?
You can see them now.
It looks like everyone did so well. No one will have to take the midterm, right?
I don't know. All right, guys. So let's just go over where we were last time. We left right here, and this goes around the concept of the simultaneous scheduling of capacity and materials. So basically, what we assume here is that at this point, we have a certain level of flexibility that the capacity can be adjusted given the different plans that we have in a very short period of time frame. So if you plan for both the capacity and materials, then we would consider what is I would like to call it the practical capacity. This is actually coincidentally something we were talking about in the 527 lecture this morning. Basically, in terms of practical capacity, we assume that, well, we have the design, right? We have a design install capacity in terms of machinery and space in this short time frame. So pretty much what we're only left is with the records of the quality yields, the actual throughput that we get in average, as well as the fleet requirements that we can manage. So we could go up or down into with subcontracting and all sort of thing like that. So that practical capacity is what in realistic terms we can do. So it could be from the theoretical standpoint that we are talking about somewhere in the 80s, 82, 81, 85% of capacity over the theoretical capacity, but that's actually something that is going to be at the edge of constraining the system that we have without any, let's say, further drastic changes. You know, what we're trying to avoid, and if you remember from 527, is that we go into this vortex of accumulation of materials and back orders. That's a situation which a lot of organizations are facing exactly right now. And well, I'm gonna wait to give you the example. I had the chance to visit another company yesterday, and they have a very interesting situation, which is in regards of the sequence. That is the next topic that we're gonna cover, sequencing, but part of that is
Did everybody lock up or just Enrique?
I think just Enrique.
Okay.
Yep, just Enrique.
Fabiano, is there any way to get in touch with him? Oh, there he goes.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I don't know what happened. I was actually listening to you asking the question if I was like frozen, but you could not hear me back. So where did you stop listening? Where did I get frozen?
You were just talking about a plant you went and visited, and you were talking about sequencing.
Okay. So, well, basically what the point being made was that with these guys, when we visited them a year ago, they were in a much smaller location, facility around Teleca Village. And they expanded, they moved around what is called Watt Road, going west. And it's a huge facility. It's at least twice the size of what they had before. And then I asked them, has this impacted your throughput? Because regarding to space, they have twice the space. And it seemed that the current HR headcount is somewhere 1.5 times what they had. But I asked them, have you increased your throughput? And the answer was no. They have increased sales, but their throughput is, their backlog has been growing and growing and growing. They are somewhere in the 4-month backlog right now, which is surprising, but they still sell. But anyways, I'll tell you a little bit of the hint. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
All right. For some reason, there is a banner here that is saying reconnecting. That just, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I see it too.
All right. So we have that this concept that is going to be used for the simultaneous scheduling. It's the finite capacity scheduling. So it assumes that the job order start and finish times are for each work center. And then there is a detailed schedule for each job in each job center, all right? When the schedule is, the capacity is not sufficient, then we are gonna implement actually the topic that we have to cover today, the prioritization rules to which jobs will be shifted to later times. And you remember, we did some basic consideration when we were dealing with job orders that didn't need to be produced today. That from an inventory standpoint, if we go to the late scheduling, so that we go all the way, we push it as back as we can to produce in order to have it ready for the sub-assembly. So that could be one of the considerations. We're going to look at this for today's topic from the standpoint of work order for completion. So that's each work order means a full batch, let's say, or a full set of products that we need to deliver to a single customer. So from this finite capacity scheduling, we look at it from if you remember how we were doing from the master production schedule in the Excel last week. So this is work center 300 from product A. And then we have a certain requirement, but then at week 8, we are not consuming any of the capacity. And this is just one product. Remember, there's more parts that are gonna go through that particular work center. So when we combine the CRP profile for all products, so the capacity requirements accumulate, and then we get that this is the threshold of availability, 80 hours, all right, in each particular week, all right? So we have that all the dark gray are the open shop orders, something that is already there. And the gray is something that is planned to be done, right? If you remember the exercise we did last time, so that we started something and it would be completed over the period of 3 weeks, because that's the amount of the lead time that it takes to get all the sub-assemblies and so on. So you can clearly see that there are some weeks that we have a gap, and then some weeks that we have the excess on capacity. So all that the finite capacity scheduling means is, well, let's plan everything around a specific schedule. So if we want to work from a work content standpoint, we're below or over this 80-hour threshold. So the finite capacity means that we're going to fix everything to be done exactly within the 80-hour threshold. So we're pushing everything backwards. And for example, we got this gap over here that started from week 2. So I don't have the numbers, but if we push everything to be completed, so we have to use a little bit of this gap in the past due to move over here, and then we go into what has to be completed, and we have from weeks 1 to 4 is only to the jobs that are already in the shop floor. So any planned activity, we had some portion of it that started in week 2 is going to be pushed until week 5, right? And we just work around that, so we do not exceed that finite load capacity for that particular work center. So from the standpoint of what we have covered, if you remember what the strategies that we had to optimize how do we work in the shop floor from a requirement standpoint, that what this means is that the resources are going to remain fixed. So if we do not hire more people or fire people, we're gonna be completely fixed throughout the period to complete with the requirements. What does that mean? That the fluctuations are going to come in the inventories, correct? If you remember from, I think 3 weeks back. All right. So how do you do this? The 2 ways are vertical loading. So you do it only considering the one job center. But remember, some sub-assemblies required work. If we take to the example that we were using last week, we were using work center 100, 200, and 300. So we just visualize 300. So vertical loading is that we do all these, the fixed plan for only one work center without considering what are the other jobs at the other centers. Something that would make a lot more sense from the standpoint of the customer or getting throughput means that we do the horizontal loading, which means that we take the requirement of that particular order in the shop floor and then we just level it out throughout the different departments that it has to go through. All right. So essentially, by doing the horizontal loading, as it says here, we expect a higher throughput and higher customer service levels. All right. It might come a little bit more expensive from the planning standpoint, but it secures that we deliver. Okay. Now it depends on what kind of product. It depends of the cost of the overhead and all these sort of things to decide which one is a better strategy for the business. So in that sense, well, basically, we just have to simulate whatever we are going to do with the finite capacity, especially when we're dealing with the horizontal planning, because the horizontal loading, it's going to mean that, I mean, it totally depends on the forecasted demand and the actual orders that we have received. So that's going to make these fluctuations over the whole period of time. All right. So there is this concept that helps with that, which is the advanced production scheduling. And we're gonna cover this, I believe, in a couple of weeks in the schedule. I'll be touching that in a few minutes. So I'm gonna skip this part since we're gonna go through that in more detail. All right. And then we get into the capacity management. And this is just a sequence-wise set of things that we should be able to do for how we want to handle the capacity. A lot of this goes back to the concept of that we have learned over and over of bottlenecks, the concept of the goal, right? And how do we trace that back to the overall system from the MPC, the manufacturing planning and control. So basically, we just have to keep track of, this could be from an ERP standpoint, understanding what are the demands and what are the outputs. Balancing this is the inventory periods, but if you can make it accurate over the system in a regular basis, that would be a good tool. Having everything to be, how do you say, well, sorry, I forgot the specific word, but with the focus of having all the resources needed from the concept of the theory of constraints. So basically, you're never gonna get anything more than what your bottleneck has. So all the resources, all your scheduling, all your planning, everything that we have been dealing with in the past 3-4 weeks has to be around that bottleneck capacity, because that's the capacity of the system. We need to establish that measure of capacity depending on the business that we're in. And then choice of the particular techniques. Let me jump into that. So I'm gonna skip this. One second. So the techniques. So we covered this, the rough cut methods. That was pretty much all the Excel files except for the last one, which was the CRP. All right. And then the APS systems that we just briefly touched is the one that could be the one with the highest level of effort. So this has to go around that, this strategy that you define has to go around the bottleneck, all right? This is the trigger for everything, especially when we have designed everything to work as a pull system, and the requirements are gonna be working from that perspective, and from a lean perspective. So we need to decide what's better, a rough cut method, a CRP, or an APS. All right. Each one of these have their own perks. We remember that we said some of these are more effective from a longer term, others more in the medium term, others more in the shorter term. The ones that have the shorter term are the ones that are more taxing from a computational standpoint and resources, but they could be the most effective as well. The simplicity goes more from a longer period of time, right? So this is the simpler, this is the harder. That's pretty much what I wanted to cover today, so that it's something that we would address from the quiz that is going to be due for the next set of topics. So in general overview over this topic is the capacity plans will have to be developed concurrently with the material plans. The planning techniques will have to match the level of detail that the company wants. Capacity planning works more effectively and it's simplified when you're designing pool systems and just-in-time environments. And well, this is obvious. Better resource and production planning leads to less difficult capacity planning processes. From the system, the computer system, the ERP, there's a higher data requirement for more detailed capacity planning systems. And if you don't match requirements, then capacity is not the thing that should be the first strategy to change. The control of it is more important than the change in itself or redesign of the capacity. And basically, that summarizes it, the whole concept of this capacity planning, capacity requirements planning. All right. So that being said, any questions so far? All right. So let me stop here for a minute. And I'm gonna do a couple things. Well, it's 1:57. Let's just go ahead while we do the transition for another break. And we'll come back in 5 minutes. All right, are we ready? Rob, it should be in the module 11.
That one's not showing up.
You may need to log off and log back on. Is anybody else seeing it? Can anybody see the PowerPoint and the Excel in Canvas?
Module 11?
Yeah.
No, I can see 10.
I'm the same way, Enrique. I even logged completely out and come back.
All right, let me check here. So if you go modules. I
Yeah, it's not
apologize.
showing up.
I saw what the problem was. I did post the files, but I did not publish the module.
It's always that second button.
Can you check if you can see it now?
Yep, there it is.
Great. All right. Yeah, they were supposed to show automatically, but the module is actually supposed to be showing. So if you cannot see that, it is the mistake that I made. All right. So Alex, you should be able to see it now. All right, so while you're opening the file, today's topic is production activity control. And we're gonna go over certain things that is a very, very, very simple example. I wanna focus today's topic on the sequencing techniques that you could use for jobs. But before we get into that, I wanted to touch on this. So, all right, so I was comparing your performance from simulation 1 to simulation 2. Obviously, these two simulations were different, so we cannot say that we are working with pairs and pairs. So this is like comparing pears and apples. But if we see the overall perspective, just looking at how far the first team in the first simulation perform against the rest, comparing to the second simulation where the gap was not that substantial. Number one. Number two, in the first simulation, the do nothing, which is the same as test, outperform a couple of teams. Whereas in the second simulation, that didn't happen. So my assumptions behind that is that everybody paid more attention to the simulation this time, and there was an increased effort into achieving this. So I promised that if the report was a good report for the winner, there was gonna be an exempt in the midterm. So that combined with, can you see the Excel now? No, you can't.
No, we see the PowerPoints. Now we can.
All right. So here we are. This is the week that we are week 11. So we're running out of time, obviously. And there's a lot of things that we were supposed to be doing at this point. So my rationale is the following. I did notice a big improvement both into the simulation performance as well as the turning in the report. There was only one team over there, which I assume it's something. I do not download the files generally. I just open within the Canvas environment, and for one of the teams, just something gets moved. I don't know for what reason, but if I focus in the generalities of formatting, the content, and your analysis, there's only one observation I can make. Some of the teams made an analysis that was clearly focused on their progression through the simulation. Some other teams made an analysis at the very end. And I think that makes a difference in your performance. So it's not the same to say, well, I tried to adapt a forecasting model once I have all the data, because there's no point on forecasting if the simulation is already done, right? That's one of the things that I would observe. But I saw other teams that were doing forecasting, and they divided the periods in which they performed those forecasts and what were the results, and then they charted the performance at the very end. So that was the only thing I could say was feedback. So there's no point in forecasting at the end. The forecasting has to occur earlier in the process as you're accumulating data. You make conclusions over the charted points in saying, well, we see a change of trend here, a change of trend here over the real data. And these were the decisions associated at that particular moment in time. But in general, I think your analysis were far more detailed than it was the first simulation. And that you most of the report tried to utilize a lot of the content that we have been learning throughout the lectures. So that being said, well, my decision was, especially with the case that was presented to me at the end of the last lecture, that if I would do it for one, I should do it for everybody. And from the context of what we have to do, what is left to be done, it was going to be very cramped if we did it. So in all fairness, I decided to make the midterm exam for everybody. So you have 10 points right there. Okay. Now, that being said,
thank you.
We're
going to have the same
Enrique, does that mean you just gave us 10 free points for the midterm on the syllabus at the beginning of the semester?
Sure, yeah. So let me go. Well, I like to think that they were not free.
Absolutely. We earned every point.
Right.
Yes, earned by our performance on simulation too. I agree. Bad wording.
So that goes back to here. So here's where the grading is, right? So we have to do 4 quizzes, right? You have done 2 already. The simulations, there's supposed to be 3 simulations, which will happen, and 2 cases. I'm going to get rid of 1 case, all right? So you're just gonna do 1 business case. Then you'll have to do the self and peer evaluation. Then the midterm, you get these 10 points already. And then there's gonna be a final exam. So if I go back to the schedule here, that's how we're gonna do it. So this is today. So after today, you're gonna have the quiz up into the system. you're gonna have the entire, because it includes the today's topic. So I'm going to open this quiz by Monday, and you're gonna have a full week just like last time. So Monday to Monday, and it created confusion when I did it to be answered before the class. So I'm gonna just match it to everything. So the quiz will be available on Monday, and you can take it any time from Monday next week until the next Monday before the day ends. All right. So that's going to be the third quiz. The second thing that we're going to do is we're going to have the last simulation, the third one. And as I mentioned before, third simulation will be 2-week period. All right. It's not just one. So for that being said, I'm going to increase one more day to the overall simulation. So it's going to start on Friday. So if you have any questions during the lecture next week, you may ask them during the lecture. So the only difference
Enrique,
is
next Friday or this Friday?
Next Friday. So the third simulation begins on November 6th. All right.
Enrique, is there any chance you would make that quiz available starting today or tomorrow so we can work on it this weekend?
Yeah, I'll try my best.
Okay.
To make it available. All right.
Thank you.
You're gonna have anyways the next weekend as well. All right. So the case study here, you're gonna have to play it for 2 full weeks, and then it's gonna end, and you have to turn in the report pretty much after Thanksgiving. So that's gonna be one report here. All right. You can turn it in before if you want. You're gonna have the last quiz. All right, and that's gonna be in the once we finish with this particular topic. Okay. And then the last thing is that we reduce the number of the written cases from 2 to 1. So that's gonna be just one case. That's gonna be teamwork, and then just one final exam. All right. Now, for the final exam, again, whatever you guys decide, I'm going to leave it open to you that as the winner, now here, I'm not going to change anything. There's only one case. The one team that wins and turns in an excellent report, all right, is gonna be exempt of the final exam. All right. The final exam is individual. Okay. The final case is teamwork. So there's only 2 individual tasks remaining. Well, actually 3, which is the 2 quizzes and the final exam. And there are 2 activities that are in teams, which is the third case and the final written case, right? So this is the written case is an HBR case. Now, in the sense of dates, let me see if you can see it. Let me go here. So this is the adjusted schedule. We're gonna have the exam period being between December 2 and 9th, okay? And what that means is that for classes, we are in the Friday schedule. looks like we have to go into this one right here, which is this one. So the due date for any exam would be any homework. The latest that I could receive any of your work is December 9th. All right. Which is the very last day. All right. Any questions at this moment?
Could you go back to the last thing that you were showing with all the different, sorry, all the different assignments that would be due?
This one, can you see it?
Yes. So one of these, the third case is going to be a simulation like we've done before. It just takes 2 weeks. But then we're going to have another case study that will be
That's
a written thing.
Yeah, this other case is gonna be much like the ones that you did for 527.
And that is not the final exam. That's going to be something different than the final exam.
Correct.
So in those final 2 weeks, we're going to have a case, a simulation, a quiz, and a final exam all due back to back to back to back.
Right. So this one, I mean, it's gonna be pretty open because we're gonna have it before here. From here to December 9, it's what is it? December 9th. So we have from the 20th, you have 1, 2, 2.5 weeks pretty much for a lot of this stuff.
The final won't be timed, will it?
Sorry?
I believe there was a question about whether it was going to be timed or not. Did you answer that? The final I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. The final actually is going to be in the same way. It's going to be virtual.
Enrique, could you please take the time limit off for the final? The time limit has been killing me on some of these quizzes.
I'm going to say no, but I can expand the time to be a little bit more among the rules that we have into the, what is the timeline for a general final exam. So the general rule is 2 hours. All right.
And is the final going to be comprehensive of just all of our quizzes put together, or is it going to be, how is?
Yeah. It's going to be from all of your quizzes. Obviously, it's not going to be exactly the all of the quizzes put together. So if you get certain 10 questions, it could be different questions, but it's going to be comprehensive. And it's not going to be a total of, I don't know, 40 questions. It's going to be much less than that.
So it's following the same format, multiple choice with a couple of problems to work out.
Yeah.
When is the due date for the third simulation again? And I guess how soon will we know prior to the test? Because obviously the winning team won't have to study.
Yeah, I'll put all the instructions ready to be over there because I haven't calculated exactly the time frame, but I want to make exactly the same logic that you did for first and second, just adding that extra day so that instead of beginning on Saturday, it begins on Friday. And that you're going to have exactly the same amount of weekends that you have had to this to turn in the report.
Okay, and does the simulation begin Friday early morning or Friday in the evening sometime?
Friday early morning. So it's the same thing, just instead of starting Saturday, it starts Friday.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Any other questions?
Is this file that's showing on the screen now, is that in Canvas?
No, I have not added this, but let me do one very simple thing. I'll still have these specific dates at the end of this to be updated, but let me do this. All right. Let me do one thing. That should do it. All right. So it's in the announcement section. All right.
Enrique, this feels like a ton of work crammed into a very short amount of time. We're 1 month left in the semester, and we're pretty much doubling everything we've done so far with all the assignments here.
I understand.
Was the time frame for the case study called out?
It's gonna be the same as you have done right now. But what do you mean, the written case study?
Yes, the team. So we have simulation 3 that's going to start. But then you mentioned there was a case study. So
Yes.
do we know when we'll get that and when that one will be due?
I need to add that. I don't have it right now. But it's gonna be due exactly at the same time as the individual final, December 9.
And that last case study is our same teams from the simulation?
Correct. All right. Any more questions? All right. So today's topic is about production activity control. All right, so this is directly related to the shop floor activities. So in essence, we use the elements that we have into the capacity requirements planning, but then we break it down into whatever is going to be released as the mechanism to actually release the jobs into the shop floor, and how we're gonna bring in the materials that we need to have the shop floor working. All right. So this is a system that feeds again from the standpoint of the material requirements planning, with the requirements of both the materials and the human resources, and the mechanism of how we're going to release those particular. So we have established this. At this point, we know what we're going to need in terms of people, materials. So how do we release these jobs into the shop floor? All right, so that's the production activity control. Two things that we are going to be doing, and that these are the links with the master. So these are going to be released, and remember the point of control of where we're going to be releasing this. So the capacity obviously goes to the supervisor of the line, and what the output or expectation over that planning period of the execution that we're going to have. This is a time frame where we are not expecting to have sudden changes of requirements in people, and where we're not expecting to have shortages of, or at least substantial shortages of material. So generally, most of the variation that happens within a period, it's designed to be handled within a week. One thing that I see very, very common here, especially in East Tennessee, I don't know if it's general to Tennessee, it's the 4-week time frame that I guess for a lot of you guys, that's how it works. So you work Monday through Thursday, and whatever missing items or extra work that you needed to handle that could not happen within this time frame is done on Friday. Am I correct on that assumption?
Yes.
So the planning period for this execution would be that 1 week, right? So the effect here is that if we look at this from what we have learned from just in time.
Is anyone else getting the monster voice?
Yes. You sound terrible, Enrique.
Sorry, I don't know. I lost the comment. Anyways, so
Enrique, we can't hear you at all. You sound heavily auto-tuned and broken up. You might need to log off and log back on.
I get it. All right.
Alex, you seem to enjoy that pretty well.
He did sound like a monster.
Yeah, 'tis the season, right? Scary.
Am I imagining things, or are there a bunch of folks that are missing right now? Are going to be really surprised when they listen to this.
Yeah, they're gonna be tore up.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's take just the it's time for the next break. Well, All right. Can you hear me well without any distortion or anything? So I switched the network. I don't know if there was a lot of interference or something with the other network that I was logged on. All right. So let's continue. One of the things, and part of it was actually part of the discussion on what we were covering yesterday during this factory visit that we had. This is a factory that, as I told you earlier, is out of Watt Road, and they do they have a lot of machining processes, and they have split the company into two parts. One that pretty much does a lot of they have a lot of machining CNCs, and they have laser cutting as well. And that's one part of the business. The other part of the business is fabrication of fitness equipment. So one part of the business feeds the other one. So they're treated as two different units. But part of their situation right now is the way that things flow internally. And that's where we're going to be working, helping them design a system that works effectively. So they have been relying a lot on the ERP system, where we believe they do a lot of batching, tons of batching. And we believe that if we could establish a system that is lean, just in time, that their 4-month backlog could easily be reduced at least half, if not more, to what they have right now. And I'm going to explain a little bit of that once we get to the sequencing of what I was able to observe yesterday. So the principle here is that if you design a Kanban system to flow things at the shop floor, there's literally nothing else that you need to do to make the flow of parts effective. Why? Because the pooling, as we demonstrated last time, reduces the variation on any fluctuations, one. Second, any problem could be easily seen by the accumulation of the inventories and addressed immediately, right? And third, because we are pooling and we have established, assuming that we have all the principles, that we have all the 5S and visual management and so on and so forth, the detailed scheduling is not needed. So the scheduling only comes through the Kanbans, and that's the Heijunka box that you just assign to the constraint of the system. So you focus on the bottleneck, and that's your pulling point. And from there, everything else gets a particular pace. So you don't need to control anything else. And that's how you manage the rest of the resources as well. So you know that you're going to have certain stations with certain work content needed. So you're just going to have the availability of the people, but you start pulling from the bottleneck. All right. So the practicity of just-in-time and coming from the Japanese philosophy is that there's not much of any other control that you can do. Now, a lot of companies, especially, I guess you guys at work do have a lot of control, especially when you're dealing with certain type of processes and materials that you at least want to know where it is at any given point in time. And with the ease of automation and sensors and all that sort of thing, you can implement all of these data accumulation. But from the logic of decision making for how things flow in the shop floor, a lot of this information may not be really necessary. All right. So that's in essence well, part of the conclusion, they were relying a lot, they are relying a lot in the ERP. They were just running over inventory. Basically, they started yesterday. They're gonna go all the way over the weekend. So everybody was very stressed out while we were doing the visit. So the activities behind the production control is to satisfy the requirements, and these requirements that have been established in the manufacturing planning and control. So everything else is subdivided to meeting this throughput that has been established, okay? All right, so here's a case, and this is where I'm gonna establish part of the sequencing. The most common case into scheduling is, obviously, this is not, if you look at it from a metaphor for how we looked at the principles of factory physics, that we started into explaining the most simple type of queuing theory configuration, which was the Markovian arrivals, Markovian processing or exponential, and one server, right? So that's MM1. So that's what we use. So we're gonna take part of that example and to explain all these principles, and that's the one machine case. So basically is, if we had only one station, one machine, you can expand this to be, if we had one facility or we have one production unit, how are we going to flow a fixed set of jobs through this particular unit? All right. So that means I know that in my catalog of orders, I have this many that arrived with a particular sequence and with different volumes. How do I decide which one goes first? Okay. And this has to be a design policy. All right. What we have to establish as an objective is that when we have n number of jobs for one machine, we want the minimum possible time to complete all n jobs, right? So we want to minimize total time. We want to minimize the average time and the average number of jobs in the system, all right? So for this, I'm going to go, well, before we go into that, the two machine case is a little bit more complicated, and it can be used as an approximation. We're not going to talk about this today, all right? So we could use for this some of the concepts. Gantt chart you're familiar with, one of the projects, and actually when we go to any presentation, they like to brag about it, the case of the Clayton Homes project that we did. I mean, I don't know how to subjectively judge it, but to my surprise, they found the use of Gantt charts at the shop floor to be one of the most impactful tools that they could use, and they're trying to implement that to define their sequence of operations throughout the entire set of facilities that Clayton Homes has.
Dr. Okay. I think the slides may be hung up.
Is it?
We
Can you see it now?
basic shop floor.
Yeah.
Yes, now we can. Thanks.
All right. So basically, what we were saying, one of the things that we're going to be measuring here, and that goes around this sequencing and the concept of the Gantt charts and any tool that you use, are going to be the same things that we used before. How do you conform to the total times that it takes to get something done? Is the run time, setup time, move time, queue time? All of these we covered already in depth, right? So this is the tool that I was mentioning that Clayton Homes is using a lot. So it's in this sense, how we get something done. This goes along with the example we covered last time in the Excel, number of operations and how to look into the sequence. So once we want to have in this example a finished product A, it's going to be 6 weeks later from when we started, right? So we can characterize that from a Gantt chart standpoint. And this is the one that I want to spend a little bit more time today. So the sequencing. So deciding which one goes first once we have all these jobs that have a certain number of requirements. Well, there's a ton of ways that you can use, as it says here, when you have n jobs and n machines. So we have the n factorial to the n power possible ways to schedule the system, right? In the case of one, it's gonna be n factorial. So if we have 3 jobs, we have 6 ways that we can schedule that into a single machine. That being said, there is a logic to these sequencing rules. So some of them are listed here. I'm going to focus in the example for the sake of time today, and just go over this. We're gonna go through some of these in more detail. But basically, here's where I want to focus. So we're going to be analyzing in detail through that Excel that I have shared. So if you can download the Excel and open it. So we're just going to go through 6 different policies or rules. We're going to see a bit more. So we have the most common, which is the first come, first served. This is widely used when we design connections inside manufacturing, because especially if we're talking about single piece flow, the only way that you can schedule single piece flow is through first come, first served, right? The one job that is up front, that's the one that is next into the subsequent process. But when we are talking about, we are going to make a cutoff, we're beginning the shift, and I have to run this throughout the day. What is going to be the one that I could do first? Is it either the one that was scheduled first, that arrived first, that's the first come, first serve, or could it be from all the orders, the one that has the shortest operating time? And that's the second one. Another way to know this is the shortest processing time. The third one is by either promised delivery date or in general due date. And there's 2 ways that we can see it. The due date or D date is when we have to look at the entire job. And the OPN, by the acronym of operation due date, is when we're talking about specific operations onto that particular job. All right. Then it could be the 4 is just the same one. So start date minus due date, normal lead time. Then the slack time remaining. So this is one that we're going to cover as well. So is the time remaining before the due date minus the processing time remaining. Orders with the shortest STR are run first. Okay. Then we have a ratio, which is the slack time per operation. And that's basically when we have assigned operations, the same calculation, we just divided by the number of operations. And then we have another one, which we're not going to cover today, which is a critical ratio. It's the difference between the due date and the current date divided by the number of working days remaining. So the orders with the smallest critical ratio are run first. All right. Similar policy, but from the perspective of the queue. So slack time remaining divided by the planned remaining queue time. We're gonna use the last 2, the last come, first served. Okay. Last come, first served is for generally constraint established physically by the conveyance equipment or the storage place. The most common that I can come up with is truckloads. So you put the very last product once you want to close the truck, and that's the first one that is taken out of the truck once it reaches this final destination, right? And random order or whim, this is pretty much, which surprised or not, the most common in actual application, which is I have a bunch of orders to be done today. I'll just pick the one that I like the most, all right? And here is where I want to explain what happens in this particular factory. So they basically have assigned a point where we call it in the terminology a decoupling point. So they have their kind of product families, which are not really product families. It's just, they call it the standard parts. So those standard parts come until a certain point. They know that they have certain volumes, but they just run a batch, and the batch goes along for, I don't know, if they're using X quantity of steel, so they're just going to run the batch for as much steel they have at that particular moment. Or if they have, I don't know, if they have to cut something from a certain length, so they would just cut that piece of iron, that stick, into as many pieces and just process them as they run out of that particular material. So their batching comes into the constraints of the raw materials more than the requirements themselves. And then they stack them up somewhere. There is no control over how many they stack up. But here is the interesting part. Operators from that point onwards, so when they have a staging area, which is assigned, let's just call it a non-controlled supermarket for practical terms. But from that point onwards is where they go through the grinding, they go through painting, they go through assembly, they go through all these sort of things, and then they accessorize the equipment with particular features that whatever order came with. But that particular point onwards is taken very random. So there is no specific sequence either to say, well, we're going to complete this order first, or we're going to work with all these custom parts. That goes into the decision of whatever the person that goes into the next step, which is the grinding, decides to do. So they just go pick whatever is in front of them and put it in the process. And now that they have space, imagine what happens. So before they were running out of space, so it looked pretty cramped. Now they have space, but imagine, can you deduct what's happening with that space? It's getting cramped because it's happening the same thing that they had before. They had twice the space. They are just using that space to pile up more stuff. So the logic of production has not been established. And this is a very important parameter that has to be run over there. So anyways, let's go through the example. So we're gonna go through the example on a single machine of n jobs. In this case, it's 5 jobs, all right? These jobs are in the order of arrival. That means that job A came first, right? So that's why it was labeled A, and until E. There is a processing time of these jobs in days. So it's 3 days, 4 days, 2 days, 6 days, 1 day. It's exactly the same operation, all right? It's just that the amount of product that is gonna be done is larger. So that's why it takes 3 days, 4 days, 2 days, 6 days, 1 day. And the promised delivery date, or actually the expected agreed date, is different as well. So from the moment of arrival, job A is gonna be due in 5 days. So if we take it as of now, as of today, so we have to deliver A in 5 days, B in 6 days, C in 7, D in 9, and E in 2. Pay attention to this. The last job to come would be from this standpoint the most urgent, right? But it's also the simplest. It's the simplest and the one that could be the quickest, but is the most urgent as well. All right. So this is a logic. If you open your Excel, you're watching my screen, right?
Yes.
If you open the Excel, let's go to the very first tab. That's what we have here. Very, very simple calculations. So what we have is that we're going to use the policy first come, first served. Okay. We all understand what that means. The very first one that came is the one that I'm going to start working with. So A came first. It takes 3 days and is due in 5. So I'm going to calculate the flow time, which means I'm going to be done with A in 3 days, right? So that's these 3 here. I'm starting now, so that's why 0 plus 3. So that ends up in 3 days. All right, I'm going to take this number because that's the progress that I'm going to have. I cannot start job B until I'm done with A. So that 3 is going to come down here and it's going to take me 4 days to do job B. So 3 plus 4 equals 7. 7 comes down here. 7 plus 2 equals 9, so on and so forth. All right, until I reach this point right here. So in total, flow time to get from job A to job E is going to take me 16 days. All right. So I'm going to be done with all the jobs in 16 days. All right. But if I look at it from an individual standpoint, that means that one job is going to take 3, the other 7, the other 9, the other 15, the other 16. So I have a total of 50 days into the sequencing. The average that is going to take me to work through these 5 different jobs, so that's 50 over 5, is an average 10 days. All right. So that's the logic here. Flow time overall in average is going to be 10. And then we're going to calculate the tardiness. Tardiness means from the promised date, I take the difference into when I'm going to be done. So the promised date for the first job is day 5, but I'm going to be done in 3. So I'm actually gaining 2 days, but because we're measuring from the tardiness standpoint, so that's going to be 0. All right. So I'm not going to be tardy with the job A. But when we get to job B, I'm going to be done with job B on day 7, right? And because I promised that it was going to be done in day 6, I'm going to be 1 day late. Same thing onwards, I'm going to be 2 days late, 6 days late, 14 days late. So the total number of days that I'm going to be late overall is going to be 23. So my average tardiness for the 5 jobs is going to be 4.6. Is that okay? So if we go to the Excel, the template pretty much includes all of this. All right. The sequence, I have to add these one just to sort them out. So the sequence is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I just take the total here. The flow time is going to take the equations automatically over there. And then the tardiness has this conditional to make it 0. So I just take the same formula all the way down. The totals here, and then the average. All right. So this is the first come, first served. Let's compare with other policies. Let's go to policy number 2, shortest operating time. All right. If I sort this in the shortest operating time, and if you don't mind, I have everything here in the slides, but I'm gonna explain from the Excel. Shortest operating time. All right. What we can do, and let me just help you building this. So it's already done, but I want to show you one. Sorry, not at the end here. I'm gonna copy that. Okay. All right. So one thing that I need to do to establish the sequence, all right, is I have to take the shortest operating time of this. So if I want to do that automatically, what I can do is first, I want to assign a particular logic. I don't have any equations in this. I start having equations here and here. I don't want this to change from the cell that they're working at. So I'm going to set only this a specific filter. So I go here and I go filter so that it gives me the filter here, right? All right. So now, if I'm going to establish the shortest operating time, that means that I have to sort them out by this column, right, for a processing time. So I'm sorting from smallest to largest. You see how everything in here changed, but nothing in here changed, right? So that means that the equations are preserved over the cells that I want them to be preserved. If I had added the filter over here, it would change the equations as well. All right, so I don't want the equations to change, so I just selected until the point that I don't have any equations. So now these are sorted by processing time, but the sequence here is still the same as it was in FCFS. So I need to introduce a formula here that tells me I need to rank this particular job against all of them. So, sorry, let me do this again. Equals rank. I'm gonna rank this one, comma, against all of this. And because I want to drag the formula, I just hit F4 so that I can get the other things there. And then I want to do ascending order. So that's 1. I close the formula and I get that. I just drag the formula down, right? Now, I realize this is a very simple example with just 5 orders. If you had, I don't know, 30, 50, 60 orders over a specific time frame, these equations in the spreadsheet becomes very useful. All right. So now, because of the formula, I have changed the sequence of how this has to be done. So I can either do it here or I can do it here in the ranking, and I can sort this out from smallest to largest. Either that you change it here or here, the logic is the same because this correlates directly or exactly to this, right? So now this has become my job number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Realize that when I did this change for the processing time, my formulas didn't change. So the equations are giving me another result. If I compare that to this one, you see the total here of flow times 50, now it's 36. From 10 is down to 7.2. That's the point of doing what I did, so that this doesn't change and the calculation gets over how you sequence or how you move these cells so that these equations have not to be recalculated. So you just move that things on the left and these numbers are going to be given to you. All right. So if we, just for the sake of formatting, we copy that, we put it there so it looks the same. And now you have exactly the same table that we had before. All right. So now that you saw how to build that, I'm going to delete this. The shortest operating time, if we move into this sequence, that means that my flow time is going to go again 16 days, right? But in total, I'm going to be done with 36. My average time is going to be 70.2, right? And here is one important parameter. The number of times I'm going to be tardy is going to be one less. I'm tardy 4 times here. I'm tardy 3 times here. So I'm on time for 2. Moreover, the total time for tardiness is cut almost by half, from 23 days to 12 days. So the average comes down to 2.4 when it was 4.6, right? So that's the other policy. Now let's check the same thing for due date. In due date, we're going to be placing priority in when we promise to deliver the job. So I sort them based on due date. So you see this is ascending order. So this is rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this gives me 39 total flow time, 7.8 in average. Still better than first come, first served. 2.4, which is the same as in shortest operating time. And tardiness is 12 days, right? So you see in tardiness, these two are the same. But in flow time, this is the shortest operating time is slightly better than due date. All right. Let's go to another policy. Last come, first served. Now, this may seem counterintuitive, but you can see here that last come, first served is actually better than first come, first served. But there is a very special reason for that. And this is part of the randomness of how these different policies could perform better, all right? There's a certain level of randomness, but it's not 100% applicable. This is better just because the last job that came is the easiest and the most urgent. So the last come, first served performs better because instead of doing the job E at the end, I'm doing it at the beginning, right? Just by doing that, we're improving the way that we're working this out. But we want to stick to the policy, so I just didn't move E. I moved everything according to the policy of last come, first served. So I go backwards, E, D, Z, B, A, right? It's better in average, and the level of tardiness is a bit worse than due date and shortest operating time, but it's still better than first come, first served. All right. Now, you start seeing the pattern here. It totally depends on the conditions of the jobs that you have in front of you, because it comes in how they arrived, what is the requirement of that order, and when do you have to deliver that order. So these three things, the combination of these three things are the parameters that are going to establish which system is better, right? But there is one that is always best. The slack time remaining basically takes that formula that we looked at, which is the difference between the due date and the processing time, right? From today. So I just have to sort it out in this way. So I ranked this. You see there is a tie right here. But it doesn't matter if B or A are first. Well, it will perform slightly different here, but since we have a tie, we just put A, which was the first that came before B. And this is our parameter. So this goes better than that, but it's still worse. It's better than this, but it's still worse than this too, right? And then we could do the random one. Now, here, this random, as I indicate in the Excel, is that these results can always change. I'm just reflecting whatever happened with this, but if this random generator in Excel, every time you click, it changes. You see how it's changing every time you click? So all you gotta do is to copy this, paste it here. So we already have this one in the Excel, so I'm gonna just paste it for the sake of randomness. So there you go. So I assign random order here. So this is the sequence I want to sort them out from smallest to largest. So this is my pattern here. This actually goes exactly as FCFS. It came out as the same order. So it is random. So it randomly came to the FCFS. But it wasn't planned to be that, right? The one that we had before, it was ADCEB. And it actually performed worse. You see? So the random was actually worse right now. We can run this experiment 20, 30 times and see what's the average over all those random times that we do this. So if we summarize this, now the random has changed according to whatever we changed here, all right? Because this is automatically to take the results. If you go to the Excel, the random is going to reflect whatever we have in the slide. So from this perspective, I did a rank on things. So the total time and the mean is going to be exactly the same order. So if I wanted to give just, this is a totally subjective, biased, and arbitrary number that I selected. If I average the ranking over three things, which is the total time, the rank of the total time, the rank within total tardiness, and the rank in the number of times that that job was tardy, right? If I take that average, then it will tell me which one system with that configuration performs better. So in here, we see that the best is the shortest operating time. The second best, by not much, is the due date. And then the next one would be the slack time remaining. Again, if you change configuration of these things, these ranks could change except for one system, all right? And that one system is SOT, shortest operating time. So shortest operating time is consistently when you have one machine, right? This is exclusively the case for one machine. Shortest operating time is always going to be the best policy. Always, it doesn't matter what conditions you have in front of you, the shortest operating time is going to give you the best result. All right? And that's why, I mean, this from literature is the most important concept in the entire subject of sequencing. So what are you going to schedule first? If you are going through just one machine analysis, the shortest operating time. But remember, if we go through the concepts we were covering earlier, we were mentioning about if we do vertical planning, if we just concentrate in one work center, then shortest operating time is going to be the answer. But how do we move that if the shortest operating time in one work center and another one are not the same for the same order? How do you make that logic, right? But unequivocally, I just made up a word. With all certainty, shortest operating time is going to be the best policy in a single machine, all right? So for today, if you just take that principle as the best and the only thing that you would remember afterwards, that's going to be, I'm going to be satisfied with that. So the orders that you get into your simulation, you can at certain point change contracts, change order processing and all that sort of thing. So that's simple as it gets. The shortest operating time will get you the quickest output or quickest throughput, right? More so if you deliver late and there's penalties contracted on being tardy, then you want to avoid that to all the extent of possibilities. So coming back from that sequencing, the vendor scheduling basically is to go with that. Once we have determined the sequence for the shop floor, is how do we align orders with the due dates, all right? Because in most organizations, salespeople belong to a different unit than production. And that was one of the things that they were telling me yesterday. They have very good salespeople, but they promise the moon and the stars to their clients, and production is not keeping up with that, right? And more so, in a lot of times, from an economic standpoint, salespeople gets the best rewards compared to the production people, right? But I guess it's the concept of risk, high risk, high reward. Salespeople have probably higher risk, and that's why they get better rewards. But anyways, so a lot of this, I mean, using today's technology can be expedited, can be sped up, but I think the important part behind all of this, more than the tools that are available to make it happen, is the veracity of the information that you exchange with your clients and with production. And I see that, I'm not sure to what extent that is a problem here in the United States, but in the accumulated experience that I had in Mexico, that's a huge, huge problem. Huge problem. Because we can promise and we can say we have it when it's not happening, right? And the vendor sometimes is clueless. The salesperson is clueless about what is the current workload of production or what is the availability of things within production. And there's sometimes a big disconnect between the salespeople and operations people. So that's an organizational design that has to be taken into consideration. But in all senses, the better the communication and the better the trust that is built among these elements of the supply chain, the better that the system is going to work. I see a lot of times that, especially in smaller companies, they commit to things that are not achievable. But that's where the experience of anyone, just like you, that have been involved with your job and know exactly when you can smell some BS, that it would come into play for making all these decisions. So production activity control must be in concert with the firm's needs, right? And it should be a connection with MPC modules. That's pretty much what I had for the day. We are 10 minutes earlier, fairly unusual to what we have done in the previous times. But are there any questions, guys?
What time frame would these decisions be made? Right, so this would be some period out into the future rather than one that's more immediate, correct?
Yeah, and for the topic that we were addressing today, this would go either by week or by day. So we're talking about the level of, I'm gonna say, from the planning standpoint, we came all the way from the organization from the longer term, medium term, all the way coming down.
We're getting the
So-
monster voice again.
Can you hear me?
No, sir.
All right, let me go out again.
Hello?
Yes.
All right. So, well, as I was saying, these type of activities could be done on a either weekly or daily basis to reassess. There's generally in the companies that run with lean systems, the ones that I work with, Japanese, some American, production control takes care of it in conjunction with the manufacturing department. But this goes directly with the shift supervisor. So generally there is this morning, in some cases you call it sunrise meeting. That was the name in my experience. And during this meeting, every unit gets together, but usually the topic between manufacturing and production control is this is what we had from yesterday. These are the new orders that are coming. So this is what needs to happen for today or for this week, for what it's worth. It totally depends on the entire system that is designed. The whole purpose of this is to especially buffer the variation, but not that such drastic variation that will get you behind by weeks. So it's that type of variation that could have an impact on 1 day's worth of work or 1 week's worth of work maximum. So the major decisions, if the impact goes, I mean, it has to be a very, very serious problem. I'm not saying it could not happen, but this type of planning only addresses that portion of it. So there could be something on more in the macro level that It requires another level of decision making.
But you did share a bit earlier that all of this was the same product. It was just a matter of the size of the job or the quantity.
Right. The example that I share with you is one machine, and you can have, for the sake of it, in that example, it was the same job. It just required the different completion times associated with volume. But you can have mixed products going through the same machine. So the conditions into what we saw right now are for single machine. As long as you know completion time, delivery date, and sequencing where the order arrived, you can apply these rules. And for the generality of things, you do know that. Unless it's the very first time you're doing something. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, guys. Well, have a good weekend, and I'll see you next week.
Thanks, Enrique.